Good afternoon from Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you. Day 4 of the Republican National Convention, and we are excited for what's sure to be a firehouse tonight. It's going to be jam-packed with a lot of great guests to speak, some surprises we're told, and of course, the man in the arena, President Donald J. Trump, will formally accept the nomination for president tonight right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
All right, so we've got a lot to get to, of course. Yesterday, so many great speeches and moments. We'll get to that shortly. We do want to thank you, first of all, for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, Birch Gold Group is one of our great partners here at the network. So if you're looking for any kind of backing with the U.S. dollar, you can get that through gold, silver, precious metals. So the info kit is great. It'll give you all the information you need by texting Trump to 989898. Always a good thing, Vanessa.
Absolutely. The dollar is going down, as we know, so now is the time to invest in gold, and the Birch Gold Group can get you on the right path. Don't let the fear of the unknown scare you from day to day. Make sure that you stay invested with your finances today and also for the future. And you can do that with the Birch Gold Group. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. Don't wait. Do that right now.
And also the Wellness Company, of course, they've got this emergency kit that can provide you a Z-Pack, ivermectin, amoxicillin, and more. And I know, Vanessa, you have one. So can you talk to us a little bit about like how easy it is to get one, or is there a few pieces of information you have to fill out first?
You absolutely do. Consider it like you're going to a new doctor and you have to fill out the forms for your allergies and all of your medical history. It's the same thing here. And you turn that in online. They send you the information, the forms to fill out. It's real easy to do. It takes just a few minutes. And then a few days goes by after they start looking through to make sure that you're not going to be allergic to anything in the emergency kit. And they'll ship it right to your door. It has ivermectin, amoxicillin, a Z-Pack, which always comes in handy. And I'll tell you now, I've already had to use mine in my household, so it definitely came in handy. A lot of times, especially now, COVID's still out there. There's no secret about that. It's flu season or the common cold, whatever the case may be. It's hard to get into doctor's offices. A lot of times I'll call and say, I'm sick, can I come in today? And they'll say, we can't see you until tomorrow or the next day. And so why wait to get to the doctor and then wait to get your prescription? Don't wait. You'll have it right there at your disposal. So make sure you go to makecaregreatagain.com. makecaregreatagain.com. This is Dr. Peter McCullough, who has worked closely with President Trump. He has been preaching the importance of your health for years now. And so he and his team of doctors came up with this kit for Americans. It's only sold in the U.S. These kits are only available in America. But again, you can go to makecaregreatagain.com. Save yourself some money at checkout by typing in the code RSBN.
And that 15% always goes a long way. American financing as well. Obviously, it's a very difficult time with the economy right now under Bidenflation, Bidenomics. Hopefully, we're going to get into Maganomics in 2025. But until then, and even into Maganomics, American Financing will help you save a lot of money. They'll use the equity in your house, and they'll explain how you can save that large portion of money. Of course, so many things you can take care of with $854, and even if not, you have that in savings.
Absolutely. A lot of us are struggling with our monthly bills, whether it is food, gas, even our power bill. You can, the list goes on. You can keep naming things that add up every single month. So why not save that extra $854 a month? The people at American Finance can help you get on the right path today to help you have that extra money in your pocket every single month. If you're only paying the minimum every month, if you pay that minimum, it'll take you years to pay off a loan, for instance. So get with them. They can help you with savings every single month. That sounds so nice.
It does. And there are so many great sponsors we'll be talking about here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, including Unified TV. So we'll get to all of them shortly. But before we get to more sponsors, obviously yesterday, a powerful day. America is Trump tough. And that, according to Don Jr., he said that yesterday, and we were like, you know what? That sounds great. That's exactly what it is. And of course, it'd be great to have a t-shirt that says Trump tough or America is Trump tough.
Absolutely. He said there's tough And then there's Trump tough, and we immediately said we like that saying. The t-shirts are probably already being printed right now because that's a great quote, and it's a true quote as well. Look what happened Saturday. That man will not stop. Even with a bullet to the ear, he's on the go. And I'll tell you too, we didn't talk about this yesterday, he wasn't in the hospital long. And if I know President Trump like we know President Trump, he probably said, stick a Band-Aid on it and let's go. I've got a country to save. But that's Trump tough.
That is Trump tough. And speaking of that and that quote, let's go to Don Jr. just last night, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This was day 3, of course. We're looking forward to day 4, but here's Don Jr.
How far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd, and what did he say? I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
And it's that look in his eye that we haven't really seen much of before. And he's been showing that look and that smile here the last couple of days of the RNC. And it's this different view of him that we really haven't seen before. The glee in his eye, the smile. He's just happy. We know he's grateful. And it's just a side that's so warming, and it's really good to see him smile.
It is. And, you know, after going through such a traumatic incident, too, but you know, I'm thinking about why is he so just calm right now? I believe he's got the peace of God on his life right now. In a way, sometimes, you know, in a moment of visitation, God just shows up. And I know that's happened in my life. I know it's happened in yours, Vanessa, and many of you out there. Whatever trauma or something that was really difficult in your life, I can attest to that. I remember my dad passed away in 2007 in a motorcycle accident. But it was just days following that I could feel the actual presence of God and a very big peace, and it was amazing. So I believe God is also pouring out his presence on Donald Trump there. So obviously it's great to see him smile like that. Tonight he's gonna, tonight's speech is gonna be absolutely awesome.
It is, and you know, again, going back to that look he's had the last couple of days, it's very genuine, and I know America can't get enough of him. Every time I'm watching at night, I think, show President Trump, because he just has this glee in his eye, especially last night when Don Jr. brought his daughter Kai out to the stage to speak and say a few words about her grandfather. It was really a special moment, and again, that look in his eye, it's almost unexplainable.
Exactly. So obviously you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're about 2.5 hours until we throw it to Milwaukee, but we've got a whole lot of interviews coming up, including Carrie Lake will be joining us from a previous interview, in the sense of it was prior to the Butler, Pennsylvania attempted assassination. But if you remember, Carrie actually joined us live on Right Side Broadcasting Network that day when you're out there in Butler. It was obviously a really heartfelt kind of shock situation, but we get her take on making America great once again. So we'll go to that soon. But also yesterday, there's so many interviews or so many speeches that are going to be in our minds forever.
Absolutely. Vivek Ramaswamy always knocks it out of the park. He's amazing. He does so well, and he really grabs the attention of those listening to him. him. You follow along with every word he says because he's very dynamic in his wording. And so he was great last night. Of course, Don Jr. And we can't wait for tonight. We're hearing that Dana White with UFC will be at the arena tonight for the RNC. Kid Rock just posted on X, formerly Twitter, just about an hour or so ago that he will be there as well. I watched the video and he was recording from outside of an airplane just landing and saying we're also going to see some surprises tonight. So who knows what the RNC has up their sleeves, but we're ready for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a wonderful celebration and party in Milwaukee tonight. As you're seeing some photos brought to you by Grace Saldana up there in Milwaukee at Right Side Broadcasting Network. She sent these photos from one of our networks that we work with within Right Side. And obviously some great moments there. We will hear from J.D. Vance as he gave his speech yesterday along with his wife prior to that who introduced him. And then that's Kai Trump right there, the, I believe, granddaughter of Donald Trump.
Absolutely. And she's a golfer. If you don't follow Kai, she's very involved with Instagram. She's on Instagram always posting about her golf game. I wonder where she gets her expertise from. But she said last night, in case you missed it, that there's many times President Trump calls her and she's at school and he says, hey, how's your golf game going? And she says, Grandpa, I'm at school. I'll have to call you later. And then he asks her about her grades. She says he keeps up with her schoolwork to make sure she's doing well. And that's what a grandfather does. That's what a grandpa does. But if you look at the Trumps, all of the different family members, you have Eric and his wife, they post their little kids watching him at rallies and at different events, and they get so excited to see their grandpa on TV. But he's just your everyday average American at the end of the day, the average father, the average grandfather who loves his children and his grandchildren. And the feeling is mutual. You can see it in all of their posts. Exactly.
You see that on the post. You see that in person. And speaking of in person, when people that are maybe not so known to the country are having a wedding and a reception at Mar-a-Lago or one of President Trump's properties in Bedminster, sometimes President Trump shows up. He just wants to say hello and congratulations. Like, he's not so elite in the sense of you can't touch, or talk to him. He's not that guy. He's a regular American, just like all of us. Obviously, he's got a lot more titles as the President of the United States, 45th president, and hopefully the 47th. But obviously, a great night again last night. We heard from Peter Navarro yesterday, getting out of prison and then in Miami, and then hours later, stepping on stage at the RNC. He brought up his fiance as well. We actually have that piece of sound from yesterday. Listen to this powerful moment with Peter Navarro.
Today, America will hold these lawfare jackals accountable. Now, here's the sweetest thing that's going to come off my lips. Vote Trump Vance. 24 for Trump 47. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison, so you won't have to. This is my beautiful girl. She did the time with me. That's what these friggin' Democrats don't understand. They do this to our families. She's my girl. Yeah. I love you. Let's win. Do not let up. Do not let up. Pedal to the metal till November.
And I love what he said there, pedal to the metal until November. And of course, we know what that means. We know that means to vote, that means to work hard, pray hard, and get the job done in November. He also said something that was really powerful if you listen to his speech. It was paraphrasing here, but he was talking about when he was being sent to prison that his fiance said, he said that she didn't say, I love you. She said, we got this. And it was just a powerful moment. And then the crowd was chanting, we got this. And it was an awesome moment yesterday with Peter Navarro. So more of the same tonight, of course, Vanessa. There'll be some great speeches.
Oh, I cannot wait for it. I'm watching the countdown clock right now, 2.5 hours until we begin. And I wish it was 2.5 minutes because I am so excited about tonight, especially at the end, Donald Trump coming off the heels of what happened Saturday. It will be his first time to give a speech since that attempted assassination. And so to hear him, all eyes around the country, around the world, will be watching tonight as Donald J. Trump takes the stage.
And also taking the stage tonight, Alina Habba, the attorney for President Trump. The great Tucker Carlson is in the building. He will be speaking. And there's some other ones here. I don't want to give them all away. You probably know some of them, but even Hulk Hogan will be there tonight. So this is going to be a fantastic night as we lead up to President Trump, as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Vanessa, officially receiving that or accepting the nomination for president.
Absolutely. And I think if Saturday wouldn't have happened, we would be excited about this already. But since Saturday happened, there's a different emotion going into tonight's acceptance speech. And so people are heartbroken. They're thankful to the Lord that President Trump was saved from those bullets flying straight at him. And so it's just a different time. It's a different moment. And so I think you're going to see a lot of people, maybe with tears in their eyes. It's just going to be a very emotional night tonight.
I think it's definitely going to be emotional. I'm wondering how long the standing ovation and the cheers will go on. First, when President Trump takes the stage, and then also when he accepts the nomination.
I don't know, but I'm assuming, look, if I was there, I probably wouldn't sit down the whole time. Because, look, when President Trump comes out on stage at rallies or events that I cover out of respect, that, the people are so excited when they're there that they stand up and respect him. And until he starts speaking, a lot of people don't sit down at all. And so, as you know, President Trump he's a man of many words. And so he always speaks for a long time, sometimes 2 hours or longer. And so I always respect the office of the presidency, but of course it's President Trump as well, and stand up when he walks in. But tonight may be different. It may be a while that people are cheering and clapping and showing their support when he comes out on stage.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the scene tonight, so you're at the right place to watch it. You're going to hang out with us for a little bit. We'll be going to a number of those speeches from yesterday and also some interviews as well here. But before we get to our next talking point, I wanted to share with you about BelleWood Designs, an awesome manufacturer that has that great box right there that says "We the People" on the outside. It's actually for firearms, so you can kind of put it in a more, instead of such a secretive place, it could be an easy access point for you. Obviously, safety first there. And you can go to BelleWoodDesigns.com. The RNC promo code is, the promo code is RNC, and it's 10% off. So a great product there, BelleWoodDesigns.com.
And We the People says it all. And it is we the people who are going to save this country. So you definitely want to get one of those from BelleWood Designs. Also, a lot of people have filed extensions on their taxes and may be wondering how I'm going to meet the next deadline. You may be behind on back taxes, and that's okay. That's where the experts come in with Tax Network USA. These people have 14 years of experience, have saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. They negotiate with the IRS. There are agents in every state, so no matter where you live, they have licensed agents in your state ready to help you. The clock is ticking. Go ahead and settle your back taxes today. Call that number on your screen. That's 1-800-357-1415. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415. You can also go online. That website is tnusa.com/RSBN. Protect yourself from the IRS. Don't worry about it much longer because they can handle it for you. Call Tax Network USA or again, log on to that website, tnusa.com/RSBN.
And also, of course, the free Trump book, thanks to Mike Huckabee in Tennessee, who obviously wrote this book here, freetrumpbook.com. A lot of great history there with President Trump's great works in the White House from 2016 to 2020 and all the things he did out there for the country. So instead of the indoctrination that some students receive, or maybe many students receive across the country, you can get something that can kind of correct the mind there with some information. The kids guide for President Trump there, freetrumpbook.com. Again, that's freetrumpbook.com. Vanessa, while we were sharing about the sponsors here, I was thinking about the Gold Star families as well last night with a very powerful part of the speeches and moments at the RNC. And to think that Biden was checking his watch instead of respecting and honoring our fallen soldiers. Obviously, we know that President Trump loves our military, and I believe a big majority of people that are in the military love President Trump right back.
Absolutely, they do. And the people who have been in the military for several years through multiple presidencies know the difference between being in the military during a Trump presidency versus being in the military during a Biden presidency. I have spoken to many people who are in the military, as well as parents who have sons or daughters in the military, and not one person has told me it has become better under President Biden. They want President Trump back. There are people retiring. They are getting out of the service because it has gone woke. Not the people serving, but more in the higher branches and those who are in charge. He is the commander in chief. And so if it starts with him, then it trickles down, and it's a domino effect, and it really affects our military personnel, our men and women who are so brave and secure our freedoms every single day. But they've had enough in just 3.5 years, and they say, we can't take another Biden presidency because our military is woke. We still have the strongest military in the world, no doubt about it. However, we can be stronger. When these other countries are upping their game and their security measures, we need to be doing the same. We left military equipment in Afghanistan. And so they have a lot of our equipment that we use. They have a lot of our knowledge that we have that should have been top secret. This is all under Biden. Our military men and women are tired of it, and so they want a commander-in-chief, a leader who supports them and who wants the best for our military so we can remain the strongest and become stronger. We should not be getting weaker. We should be getting stronger. On top of that, look at our veterans. They are not being taken care of. We hear it all the time from our veterans. I've spoken to some out in the field when I'm at these rallies who say, I can't get the help I need. I remember specifically, Matthew, in Las Vegas, Nevada, I was covering a rally. He came to the media risers, gave me his card and said, help me. He had a cane. He had a military hat on, a veteran hat on, an older man. And he says, help me. I can't get the help I need. I can't get the care that I need. Make it make sense. Why are our brave men and women, our veterans, not being taken care of, but these illegal aliens who are coming in are being taken care of? If you think that that's right, maybe you're part of the problem. That is absolutely wrong. Our brave men and women who are serving, who have served, our veterans should come first, period.
Literally boots on the ground when Governor Greg Abbott of Texas formally endorsed President Trump. President Trump traveled down there to Texas. And if you remember, I think it was around maybe Thanksgiving. But all I know is President Trump was feeding so many of the National Guard. There was kind of a lunch kind of event there. And you see local and state and county law enforcement as well. You can see that everyone loves a strong leader, especially one that is standing for why they even signed up in the first place, Vanessa.
Absolutely. Look at J.D. Vance last night. He said after 9/11, after the terror attacks in New York City, also at the Pentagon, he joined the service. He says, I have to fight for my country. I have to save this country from the terror, the evil in this world. So he joined the service, and then he wants to carry that over into the vice presidency role. People want to help. People want to join to protect our country. And then our leaders are coming in and slapping them in the face, with these woke ideas, these woke rules that they're implementing. And so they're wanting to get out instead, and that's not the answer.
Exactly, and so it also reminds me of last night. I remember watching a 98-year-old military veteran take the stage. He said, if President Trump was in office, he would think about re-enlisting.
There you go. That's from an elderly man who says President Trump is amazing. He was amazing to our military. And you mentioned earlier about Joe Biden looking at his watch whenever a brave soldier was being returned home in a casket. The last thing that I would be worried about was the time or a text message coming through. If it's an Apple Watch, you get notifications, turn it off, leave it in the car. Insignificant during that time. But he did. There's video of it, of him looking at his watch as that casket was being taken off of the plane. And so that just goes to show you what kind of commander-in-chief he is.
And a shout out to the Texas State Guard, who was obviously also there during Thanksgiving of 2023 when Greg Abbott endorsed President Trump. A number of great people doing what they can to protect the border. But then if you've got it from the top down where you see what's happening, where illegals are still coming through, at the end of the day, we know that, here's the thing, the left says, oh, don't call them illegals, they're humans. Well, they are humans. We love people, right? But you still have to follow the law. You still have to have identification. How do we know you're not a criminal? How do we know you're not up to no good, right? So that's the way it works. I mean, think about it. I've traveled internationally. When you're even on the plane, you got to start filling out all your information. And then you get into customs, and there's this whole thing to do. And then you think about going through TSA and they're checking everything. Oh, your toothpaste. Oh, and I appreciate what the TSA does for security. I get that. But the back door of the country is wide open. So we need, obviously, to get things done. I know I'm preaching to the choir there. Hopefully the SAVE Act will be passed so no non-citizens would even think about being able to vote in our election this November.
And I want to piggyback off immigration. Last check, which was just days ago, 50 known ISIS members have come across our border. They are known getaways. They have entered our homeland and they are somewhere in this country. 50 ISIS members. That's 50 that they know of. How many more are here? These criminals, these terrorists, they are on our ground. They are on our homeland, possibly planning the next attack. And so we saw Saturday what kind of dangers we're in, and we just have to have strict security measures in place. You mentioned Governor Greg Abbott. Governor Greg Abbott has put boots on the ground and has provided every resource that the state can possibly imagine by protecting its border, whether it's fencing, whether it's the Texas National Guard on the ground, whether it's these devices that they have in the water to protect these illegal aliens from swimming across. And every time he implements a new plan, the Biden administration nixes it, or they threaten to sue Governor Abbott and Attorney General Ken Paxton there in the great state of Texas. So he's doing everything they can. So what happens there? You have Texas, who says, don't come into our state. But then you have places like California with Governor Greg Newsom, who says, come on in, you'll get free housing and free health care, and we'll give you, food vouchers so you can eat. So all they do is just travel a little farther and go into California. They're still here. They're still here. And so it's going to take the federal government to step in and say, enough is enough. Well, President Trump, as we know, he built hundreds of miles of wall, and he's not done. And he says, put me back in office and I'll finish that wall. Enough is enough. They're not coming over here. And if you do come over here, come in the legal way. If you came here the legal way, you have to be upset because you went through the process, as you should have. We welcome people. This is the land of opportunity. Our health care is great. Our school systems are great. This is a wonderful country to live in. That's why people want to come here, because of our freedoms. The left is trying to take our freedoms away. And so we have to stop that and get back to the America where there is law and order and our borders are secure.
Amen. So obviously J.D. Vance last night as well took the stage, and then his wife Usha as well. So we do have that speech from yesterday as you are joining us live right now for RNC Day 4 coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network alongside Vanessa Broussard. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for tuning in. And for those of you that have tuned in since day one on Monday with Bobby McNeely and myself, and Tuesday, and of course with Vanessa yesterday, thank you so much for being such a loyal viewer. It's viewers like you that obviously encourage us, especially when you guys reply on comments and that kind of thing. It's just always good to see you guys watching. So let's get to that speech yesterday, the vice presidential pick and the nominee, J.D. Vance, and then there's some sound bites there from his wife as well.
And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position. But it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio.
And you heard J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, there talking about Middletown, Ohio, and breaking news right into Right Side Broadcasting Network here. Vice presidential nominee Senator J.D. Vance to deliver remarks at a hometown rally in Middletown, Ohio. This down from the Trump-Vance campaign. The senator will deliver remarks at that hometown rally on Monday, July 22nd at 1:30 Eastern Time at Middletown High School there. So the VP already out there on the campaign trail himself, and that'll be quite awesome.
Absolutely.
Being at his hometown, right?
Yes, and so, he's a hometown hero to the people of that great city in Middletown. And so that is going to be this coming Monday, just announced from the Trump campaign, this coming Monday. So if you're in Ohio or surrounding areas, make sure that you attend and give him a warm welcome. But the party doesn't stop on the Trump train. After Saturday, you would think that they tried yet again to bring Donald Trump down, and he announced his VP pick, which is Senator J.D. Vance, and they're already rearing to go, roaring to go, and excited to get back on the campaign trail. So we have one in Michigan, correct, on Saturday night, and then Ohio with Senator J.D. Vance on Monday. So mark your calendars. It's going to be a fun ride as we head into November.
Exactly. And so we are about 2 hours, 12 minutes until we go to Milwaukee. We have an interview with Carrie Lake lined up here, so we'll be throwing to that pretty recent interview. And then, of course, we'll be talking about the Peter Navarro speech yesterday, the Don Jr. speech. If you're just joining us now, America is Trump tough, he said yesterday. How awesome is that?
I love that saying. I'm going to have to use it a lot. And I also saw something this morning that I hadn't seen before. And it was blocks of each letter of the word Trump. And the M and the P at the end were kind of turned up with some more letters at the bottom, and they were ST for trust. Mm-hmm. So it would be trust Trump. And I thought that was really cool. I'm going to try to find that picture that I saw and post it later on my social medias. But that's what it is. You trust this man. He hasn't let us down yet. He continues to fight. And whether they throw an indictment at him or give him a mugshot, make him take a mugshot, or they find him guilty in Manhattan and then set a sentencing date. Thank goodness the Supreme Court came in and ruled against what these liberals are trying to do to President Trump and laid down the law of the land when it comes to presidential immunity. So he wasn't sentenced on July 11th as he was supposed to be. They thought that that was going to keep him from receiving the nomination tonight. So then when that happened, what was the next attempt? Because they can't hold him down anyway. It was an assassination attempt on Saturday. That didn't work. That plan was foiled. And so now here he is, by the grace of God, at the RNC. Everything has worked out in his favor. And I'm telling you, if you don't believe that God has his hand on his shoulder guiding him through all of this evil that is against him, it is an evil that we cannot comprehend. And this man continues to fight the good fight.
Exactly. And speaking of God, and I believe that Lou Dobbs is in heaven right now, because conservative journalist and political commentator Lou Dobbs has passed away at the age of 78. You know, I was watching the Lou Dobbs interview with President Trump. President Trump called into his show just within the past 2 weeks. And he had a number of great guests on his show. And President Trump was also there. And it was soon after some breaking news story as well. So Lou Dobbs, of course, working at various national news agencies, always very about the border, always straight when it comes to the facts, and highly respected by President Trump. President Trump said about Lou Dobbs in that interview with him, thanking Lou at the end of it, saying that we needed more voices like Lou Dobbs. So once again, breaking news right now, just into our newsroom. Lou Dobbs, a conservative journalist and political commentator, has died at the age of 78. So a lot of developments there as we move forward here on the RNC. And there's that Truth Social post just about 23 minutes ago. The great Lou Dobbs has just passed away, a friend and truly incredible journalist, reporter, and talent. He understood the world and what was happening better than others. Lou was unique in so many ways and loved our country. Our warmest condolences to his wonderful wife, Debbie, and family. He will be greatly missed. That post there by Donald J. Trump about 23 minutes ago here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So obviously tonight, I believe there would be a moment of silence at the RNC for Lou. I know he was working over with Mike Lindell's network with Frank's speech over there, and Lou had his own show. And again, he interviewed President Trump. I mean, just recently. What a powerful thing to have. And God knew, you know, today would be the day for Lou.
Yes, an iconic journalist who was well respected, not just in the world of journalism, but also was in your home so often. Just sad to hear the news that Lou Dobbs has passed away. Of course, we will continue to get developments as they come in as to how he passed and any arrangements that may be had here in the coming days. But stick with RSBN as we continue to follow this breaking news. President Trump also making a comment on Truth Social about Lou Dobbs, and as you mentioned, we're sure he's going to be mentioned tonight at the RNC. And just a sad night to see another great journalist passing away.
Exactly. And you know what's interesting right there, Vanessa? He is not and wasn't part of the fake news at all. He was an accurate journalist, an accurate anchor. So many people have known his name. And he was one of his major sticking points or political talking points was about the southern border. So, and that's the number one platform for the GOP moving forward. Number one of the 20 promises, the first one is seal the border. So, again, that breaking news just into the newsroom here as we. Just share our prayers, our thoughts, and respect for the family there. Why don't we go to our interview with Kari Lake? This was done prior to the Butler, Pennsylvania incident. So let's go to Kari Lake right now. Joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, finally, President Trump is going to be officially nominated. That's a lot of excitement out there. It's been a long time coming, hasn't it?
Yes, well, it'll be the third time he's been nominated by the Republican Party and the grassroots, and the country needs this. The country needs President Trump. I'm ecstatic to be part of this historic moment. I think the whole country is. We're realizing that, boy, we were just better off when our country was being put first, when we saw America First policies put forth. It made all of our lives better. Whether you were a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat, all of our lives were better. And I know, because I'm on the campaign trail, every day, that's what people want to get back to. We want safety. We want security. We want safe streets and communities, a secure border, a strong Trump economy, not this Biden economy that has just dragged everybody down. So it's a long time coming. We've got 3 or 4 months until the election, and I think everyone understands it's all hands on deck. We've got President Trump nominated. Now we have to get him elected, and other patriots like myself running for U.S. Senate here in the great state of Arizona.
Right, and the 6th largest state in the union, obviously a border state. And speaking of campaigning and also security, interestingly enough, your opponent, Ruben Gallego, says it's not his expertise for illegal immigration. Are you kidding me?
Can you believe it? What people say behind closed doors is always very interesting. And he's talking to a group of donors, and they start asking about the border because guess what, Ruben, if he's out there listening, even Democrats care about the security of this country. And disaffected Democrats right now are realizing the open border policies of my opponent, Ruben Gallego, and his boss, Joe Biden, are not working. And so they asked him about the border. He said it's not his expertise. It's not his jurisdiction. How pathetic. If it's not your expertise, why are you running for the U.S. Senate? We need to first and foremost secure that border. We've been invaded. Our country's been invaded. 12 million people have poured in illegally, at least, maybe more. And Ruben Gallego has said already on the record he thinks the border wall is dumb and stupid. He would never, ever, ever fund it. That's crazy. We need to get that wall funded immediately and expedited construction, and then stop the people from pouring over, and frankly, send people who have invaded our country back to their homeland so we can save ours. He's unqualified for the job. He just proved it with that.
100%. And then on top of that, he votes against the SAVE Act. I mean, we have to have the security of our elections in this country. I know I'm preaching to the choir, especially to you, Carrie, but my point is, it seems like in 2020, they did a lot of mail-in ballots via COVID, but it seems like 24 is more like mail-in illegal or non-citizen voters to vote. Am I wrong?
You're exactly right. All they need is a name on the voter roll. That person doesn't even have to show up. As long as they have a line on the voter roll, somebody can request a mail-in ballot for that and send it in. And we know that the Democrats will pull dirty tricks. And Ruben Gallego, can you believe he basically voted so that people who poured across in this invasion get to vote. It's outrageous. And then he tried to blame it and say that the Republicans are against Native Americans voting. That is an absolute lie, and it's a joke that he would even say that. He obviously doesn't know. I'm reading directly from the law here. If you're Native American, all you need is a BIA card to prove that you can vote, a tribal treaty card, a tribal enrollment card, or a driver's license, and you can vote. And so he's just trying to lie and scare people, because the fact of the matter is Ruben Gallego and his boss, Joe Biden, who are lockstep together. Ruben Gallego has voted with Joe Biden's policy 100% of the time, not 90% of the time, 100% of the time, even more than AOC has voted with Joe Biden. And he knows that the only way that those, terrible, destructive Democrat policies that have practically destroyed our country could ever get through is if they have a bunch of illegals who have crossed our border voting. And that's why, I think Americans are waking up to the fact that the Democrats just aren't America first.
And you've seen it too, of course, being down there on the border there in southern Arizona. The fact of the crime and the fentanyl, on top of now a possibility of illegal immigrants voting. I mean, it's absolutely a mess. And it just baffles me that your opponent said that it's not his expertise, when I just watched maybe a few months ago on MSDNC, him on there talking about that exact issue, acting like an expert.
Well, his idea for the border is keep the border wide open and then pour billions of your hard-earned tax dollars into all the symptoms and problems that having a wide open border causes. He wants to pour money into these NGOs that are transporting and assisting people who are breaking into our country. He wants to end up pouring more money into all kinds of the problems rather than just fixing it. Let's fix the problem. Let's secure the border. Let's stop the flow of people coming across illegally. We want people coming in legally through our legal immigration system, but not illegally. And unfortunately, he is an America Last candidate. He's a Soros candidate, so they're pumping all kinds of money into phony ads, basically trying to make him look like he's a cross between Mr. Rogers and G.I. Joe, but he's much more a Joe Biden mini-me who's voted with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's dead-end policies 100% of the time. Not only that, he's for defunding the police. He supports sanctuary cities. You name the bad policy, he's for it. He just voted to allow men to continue to play in girls' sports, to shower in the locker room with girls, to show up at healthcare clubs in the bathrooms with girls. This is crazy stuff. The people of Arizona aren't for it. The people of America aren't for it. And we're going to show up on November 5th and vote like our lives depend on it. Here in Arizona, I need to make sure everybody who's out there and watching, I know if you're a mail-in voter, you probably have a ballot in your mailbox. Get that out. Fill in the oval for Kari Lake for U.S. Senate and get it sent back in. We're way ahead in the primary, but we got to make sure that we actually vote. Don't rest on our laurels and don't just think, oh, we're so far ahead we don't have to vote. And then come November 5th, we're going to make sure President Trump gets into the White House, I get into the Senate, and we're going to make sure his cabinet picks, his Supreme Court picks get confirmed quickly so we can turn things around. And I think we all see that in Milwaukee. We all see that no matter if you're in Milwaukee or if you're anywhere across America, we are ready for Election Day. How much longer can we handle the destructive policies of Joe Biden, who is not only not competent, he's compromised, and how much longer can we take it? We're going to make a big change in November.
Definitely. And then in Arizona, I hear that you have a Make America Grand Again bus tour. Is that something that's brand new?
Well, I've been touring through this state and visiting every corner of the state for 30 years. I pulled into town about 30 years ago as a journalist, and I was a fair and honest journalist until I walked away from my career in a 7-figure contract when I realized that journalism had died and these corporate media giants were just pushing propaganda. I didn't want to be part of that. That's how I ended up in politics. The people of this great state who loved and appreciated me, and the feeling has always been mutual, asked me to run for office. So I got into politics as a citizen politician. And in the last 3 years, I've been all over the state, and we decided to get a bus and actually just start touring every single corner of the state. So we kicked off our official bus tour, a couple weeks ago, and it has been incredible. We pull in with the bus, and it's a beautiful bus. It's got Make Arizona Grand Again, MAGA, and on the other side, it shows a picture of President Trump and myself, and I'm so honored to be endorsed by him, of course. And you'd be surprised. People will do U-turns. They see the bus, they start following us, they show up wherever we are, and we have impromptu campaign stops. And it's a great opportunity for me to hear the concerns of the citizens of this state, to make sure that not only my message is strong, but what our plans are to turn this around are strong. And it's real simple. Put our country first. Close the border to illegal activity and cartels. Ruben Gallego may say it's not his expertise and he doesn't know what to do on the border. But remember, when I ran for governor, I put together the strongest and most bold border policy this country has ever seen. We wrote the playbook on how states can step forward, forget about the federal government, and the states can secure their border. This was the best policy. Policy experts read it and say, oh my gosh, this is the best border policy we've ever read. Everyone was blown away by it. And we all know what happened in that 22 governor's race. But the good news is that policy I shared with everybody, and Governor Greg Abbott has taken parts of that policy. He's enacted it in Texas. He's basically saying we can't wait on the federal government anymore because of people like Joe Biden and, frankly, deadbeat Ruben Gallego. And he's taken part of my policy, implemented it in Texas, and guess what's happened? They are starting to secure that border. And it's looking so much better in Texas, unfortunately for Arizona, because people can't get across in Texas like they used to. They're coming through Arizona. So we need to implement strong policies. But the states actually have the ability via the Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, to protect their own citizens and secure their own border. And that was the crux of my border policy.
Amen to that. And also, what you were just talking about, touring the Grand Canyon State, right, on the bus tour as well, and seeing and meeting people and shaking their hands. And I just want to bring back something. You had a press conference, many press conferences, of course, but one that really comes to my attention right now, where you had a folder inside a pretty big kind of Tupperware basket of letters from people all across the country. And I remember you pulling each letter out, and you read these letters in front of a number of people there, and there was a bunch of supporters behind you as well. And that was just a powerful moment, Carrie, when you were reading these letters from the American people about election security.
Mm-hmm. People are really concerned, and they should be. Not enough has been done. We saw what happened in 2020. It was repeated, even worse, frankly, in 22, some of the tactics. And that's why I continue to make sure that we're fighting for change, reform. All we want are fair elections. I never have asked for anything. I don't want special favors. The Republicans just want it to be fair. And that's what we're working for and striving for. And we're continuing to push our original election case through. We're asking the Arizona Supreme Court to look at what's happening, which is they're not doing accuracy testing as prescribed by law and required by law on any of the machines that are operating out there on Election Day. We're asking that they do signature verification on all those mail-in ballots as required by law, which they haven't been doing. So we're asking the Arizona Supreme Court to step in and give us a remedy that will make sure that this next election, where President Trump's on the ballot, where I'm on the ballot for U.S. Senate, and many other good people, we want to make sure that's run in accordance with the law, not like a lawless banana republic, as they have been run. But going forward, we just want honest elections. I want every legal voter's vote to count, whether you're the most liberal Democrat or the most hardcore Republican or anywhere in between. I just want every legal vote to count, because I've got children, and if we don't have honest elections, we will lose our country. That sacred vote, so many veterans, so many men in the military have died for our ability to vote. And we just want to make sure that they didn't die in vain. And that's why I continue to fight.
If you are sworn in as the next U.S. Senator from Arizona, what would be number one priority? Is it the border?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I know that's going to be President Trump's priority. We're going to have a president, Donald J. Trump, where he's getting to work. I mean, I don't even think he'll have gone through the parade before he's already starting to get things taken care of, whether it be peace in the war with Ukraine and Russia, or in Israel, whether it be trying to get that border secured immediately. So we know that he's going to get busy, but there's going to need to be legislation that backs up some of these moves. And I'm ready to propose legislation, a one or two page piece of legislation that fully funds the border wall and expedites its construction, makes sure that people who are seeking asylum have to remain in Mexico. Right now, we've got 12 million people. Many of them are coached to say they need asylum, and 97% of those cases are fraudulent, and we all know it. So I'm going to be working to get that border secured, and I want to work with President Trump and the Senate and Congress to take out these cartels that are trying to kill a generation of people by pumping in a weapon of mass destruction called fentanyl right through Arizona and into all 50 states. We have to stop that. I'm a mother, and I can't bear to watch another mother's child, 19-year-old son, 20-year-old daughter, be killed because of fentanyl poisoning. So we're going to work on those issues, and then bringing the economy around, making sure our schools are providing a world-class education. We have a long list, a long to-do list, but I'm a mom and I'm used to to-do lists, and we're just going to start checking off each box and getting things accomplished finally for the American people.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. United States Senate candidate Carrie Lake. Thank you again, Carrie.
Thank you.
Carrie Lake, always dominant in her speeches and her talk. People love her in Arizona, and she's fighting hard for election integrity. She's fighting hard for border security. She's fighting hard for just the American dream, and the people love her, and we wish her well in that Senate race. And we will be watching that race very closely in November. And interesting enough, I follow interactive polls on Truth Social. If you see me out in the field and I give updated polling numbers, this is usually where it comes from, is interactive polls. And right there in Arizona, in the matchup for presidency between Joe Biden and President Trump, President Trump is leading today with 5 points. So by 5 points, 49% to 44%. President Trump is leading going north to Nevada, where he's leading by 7 points, and over to the east in Pennsylvania, where that assassination attempt just occurred on Saturday. He's leading by 4% there, according to interactive polls. Now, interesting enough, and we'll talk more about this here in just a little bit on Right Side Broadcasting Network about the chances of Kamala Harris becoming the presidential nominee instead of Joe Biden. We have a lot to talk about in that area on that topic, so stick around for that. But interesting enough, for the first time I've seen this, interactive polls is doing a comparison Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris if she's the presidential nominee. So looking at the swing states, I want to give you an idea of what they're saying today. In Georgia, President Trump up by 10 points if Kamala Harris were to be the presidential nominee. In Florida, President Trump up by 10 points. Pennsylvania up by 7. Nevada up by 10. And then also Arizona, where Kari Lake is, up by 6. So regardless if President Trump is going head-to-head against Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, he's up in those swing states. And we'll continue to follow that every day. Every day, Interactive Polls puts out new polling numbers, and it's looking good for President Trump. However, again, we do have a lot to talk about when it comes to the latest with Joe Biden, who has COVID, and what that means for him going into November, and the talk in the Democrat Party. You know, we're getting stronger here on the right, and especially after Saturday, we're getting a lot stronger, we're getting more powerful, and people are waking up. On the left, they're starting to crumble, and that's coming up later on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Exactly, and I believe there are 10 electoral votes up for grabs in the state that the RNC's conducting business and having the speeches, of course, in Wisconsin. And I remember we were in North Carolina together just last year during some events as well for President Trump, and to see all these swing states. You see it in the polls, as you mentioned, but then we also see, Vanessa, boots on the ground. We see all the people. We worked in Iowa together as well. We just see droves and droves of people.
Right, and you think of Saturday. You know, RSBN always shows the crowds. That's nothing new. But Saturday, we'll show this after the commercial break coming up. The crowds of people, as far as the eye can see, people are coming out to support President Trump. People are coming out to say, hey, we want our country saved for us and for our grandkids. Anytime we go anywhere where there's a President Trump rally, there are thousands of people. If it's an indoor rally, people can't get in. The seats are filled. So they have what's called an overflow crowd on the outside, where they have a screen set up for people to watch. Same thing at the outdoor rallies. People just can't get in because thousands and thousands of people are in on the inside. And so that's why you see people starting to line up so early to ensure they can get their eye on President Trump.
Exactly right. Before we go to a break, we have a few sponsors we want to thank, and then we'll be going to that commercial. We have a huge segment coming up next that you might want to stick around for. Of course, Vanessa was in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're going to talk to her. I'm going to talk to her about that experience and a few other pieces of video from Butler, Pennsylvania. So right now, of course, Angel Paste is the sponsor we were going to talk about.
Yes, Angel Paste is the miracle cream that you need to have in your house. Go to angelpaste.com. This is a company from Spring, Texas. They are conservative. They love our veterans. They hire veterans. That's what they're known for. And this cream is like anything else, nothing like what you'll find on the market. So make sure you get this. It's sourced in the USA. Everything is sourced in the USA. It sticks to America First policies. The customers are saying they've seen increases in the help of smoother skin, getting rid of wrinkles, getting rid of sunspots, getting rid of scars, you name it, even bruises. You know, bruises take a long time to heal, but Angel Paste will help you out with that. That's what the customers are saying. So get the miracle cream that everyone is raving about. I just received my box last week. I have been on the road, so only had the chance to use it one time when the box came in, and I loved it. So I know you'll love it as well. Go to angelpaste.com, angelpaste.com, type in the RSBN code to save 10% off your order. 10% off your order, angelpaste.com. Your skin will soak this up. You'll love it. I promise you that.
And I know my wife sometimes is tuning in, so I got to get you the Angel Paste if you're watching right now. Also, Birch Gold Group, text Trump to 989898 if you're looking for a backup to the dollar. Obviously, the dollar fluctuates in value, obviously because of those BRICS nations out there, but if you text Trump to 989898, you get more information about gold, silver, and precious metals, maybe a tax-sheltered IRA or some assistance with a 401k. So you get a great info kit there, whether it's digitally through the phone or you'll actually get one. I show this a lot, but I'll keep showing it because it's a great document or a great folder with all of the information you're looking for. So text Trump to 989898 for more information.
And if you're struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns, the IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. Your best defense is Tax Network USA. They have over 14 years of experience. They have saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. No matter the size of your tax issue, they can definitely help you out. They are experts in this field and they will work to your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS so you don't have to. That's what they do. There are agents in every state, so no matter where you live, you'll be taken care of. Go to tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, that's tnusa.com/RSBN, or you can call that number on your screen, 1-800-357-1415, 1-800-357-1415.
We are approaching the top of the hour here at 4:45 Eastern Time. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Vanessa Broussard. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Of course, we're going to get to all the speeches tonight at the RNC. We're waiting for the huge keynote address by President Donald J. Trump. So you're at the right place. We love that you guys are with us. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events, around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Vanessa Broussard, Matthew Alvarez. And Vanessa, when you were there in Butler, Pennsylvania, just on Saturday, obviously you and Nikki Stanzione there live. And if you tuned in yesterday, we heard from Vanessa a very personal and very raw account, Vanessa, of what that must have been like. Talk to us about when you saw the fact later that you saw President Trump pump his fist and all that. Did you even know that that was actually happening when you were there live on Saturday?
Oh, absolutely. When our photographers are on the media risers, they're zoomed into the speakers and also to President Trump so you can get a close-up view of him. We're always about, 25 to 30 yards away on the media risers. So with the naked eye, I could see his hand go up. You know, when President Trump takes a photo, he gives a thumbs up. So I thought that's what he was doing to let everyone know he was okay. But it was that fist pump where the crowd, I'm watching this video as you're watching it right now at home, is that fist bump that when the crowd noticed that he would be okay. Now, at this point, what you're watching right here is when our staff, as soon as President Trump fell, we ran off the media risers and took cover. And it happened so fast, but yet it was in slow motion. All I kept thinking right now, hunkered down, was please get up, God, please let him get up, God, please let him be okay. I think I was really praying out loud, like speaking out loud at that time. And it was so fast, and then you heard another pop, 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 and more gunfire, and then I'm thinking, he's down. At this time right here, I didn't know if he was dead, if he was alive, what was going on. You can see, the teams armed right there, and this is the part where, again, it happens fast, but it was just so slow. And so already they're bringing him up. So I see with the naked eye they're bringing him up. But he's a big man. It's taken that entire team to bring him up. So I'm thinking, are they carrying him off? Is he okay? Still don't know. Still praying. Then that moment, when the crowd stands up, I grab my chest and say, thank God. And immediately, myself, Nikki Stanzione, our photographer, we run back onto the media risers to begin live coverage. So I didn't see all of this because I was too busy running back to the media riser to go on air and tell the people what we were seeing and what was going on down on the scene. Now, again, at this time, I still didn't know if he had been shot. I know shots were fired, but I couldn't see the blood on his ear. I couldn't see him grab his ear. What I could see was him just drop down. But it was in that time when the Secret Service was over him and those shots rang out yet again that in my head I thought, he's been shot. But I couldn't say it because it wasn't confirmed. Then, everything was happening so fast. I'm getting notifications. Maybe he wasn't shot. Maybe the bullet hit the teleprompter and the glass shattered his ear, or whatever the case may be. There was so much misinformation, as you know, going on social media. But as journalists, it's up to us to report the facts and the truth. And so we knew at that time shots were fired. I only assumed that he had gotten shot. But I knew he was going to be okay with that fist bump.
Exactly, and one of the most powerful moments in political history there too, with him putting his fist in the air. And obviously when that first shot grazed his ear there, he didn't actually, I don't think he fell down from that. He just went down because he was like, I'm going, I know what's going on now. And obviously he did a very show of strength and courage. And I don't want to play that video too much more, to be honest, because obviously it's something that is so fresh in the minds of everybody. I know it's part of history, but Vanessa, we're just glad that you're okay, Nikki's okay, and I know that it's been somewhat of a struggle to kind of heal up from that moment and get out of that state of shock. And I believe today that you are. Yesterday it was definitely difficult yesterday.
Yeah, I think you are spot on that I am much better today than I was yesterday. Yesterday I was much better than the day before, but Saturday into Sunday into Monday, I think those were my worst days. A little bit into Tuesday, I walked around like a zombie. I didn't know what I was doing. I was going through the motions. And even when I caught the flight leaving Pittsburgh and then also coming here to the studio, I was just going through the motions. I was just walking around looking at people, you know, no sort of any reaction on my face. I was just stunned and just going through the motions, showing my ID, going through security, and just, I was a zombie. I was in a state of shock. And so that's starting to wear off. I'm well rested now. That's helped. Seeing Donald Trump at the RNC has helped tremendously, seeing that smile on his face. My mother always tells me, don't let anyone take the smile off your face. There was a great photo posted on social media that I took this morning when I woke up, and it was of Donald Trump in, you know, the audience of the RNC with a huge smile on his face, a glee in his eye, and I sent it to my mother and I said, don't ever let anyone take the smile off your face, not even an assassin. And he's still smiling.
Yeah.
So we're here, we're still smiling, the show goes on. God has us covered, thank God. Things could have been worse Saturday night, a lot worse for President Trump, for us, for the country. But God has a different plan. The assassin's plan, the devil's plan, it never prevails. God will prevail, and I truly believe there's more good in this world than evil. And, you know, that was proven on Saturday.
Oh, the Bible says that the joy of the Lord is your strength, so that's awesome, right? I mean, I think that's what you see with President Trump this week. He's smiling, he's laughing, he looks like he just feels really good. Mm-hmm. This after such a terrifying incident on Saturday. Speaking of Saturday, FNC, Fox News, of course, they did share a statement from the Trump rally shooting victim. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social 15 minutes ago. It says here, my unwavering support. This is a statement from the Trump rally shooting victim. My unwavering support for President Trump will continue, and I'm happy and unafraid to support him on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States of America. I'm going to read it one more time because
that's the spirit.
That is exactly what President Trump is flowing in right now. That is what our country is also in that same way there. Let me read it again, and then I want to go to a piece of video where prior to the shooting incident on Saturday, Vanessa was actually live. I know Nikki was live as well, but there was this moment where you're going to see a lot of smiling, a lot of happiness because it was prior to the incident, but you see all of the people out there just loving the fact of being there together, loving the country, and loving President Trump. Before we get to that video, actually, you know what? Let's go to that video, and then we'll read this statement once again. So that is from July 13th, just a few days ago. Watch.
I'm going to step to the side and let you continue to see these massive crowds here in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm Vanessa Broussard, awaiting President Donald J. Trump, who should be here within minutes to see these thousands of people. It's exciting. They're happy. They're hot, but that's okay. This is an important election, and they know that President Trump is supporting them, so they are here to support Donald Trump. Chanting now, too big to rig. They say, get out the vote in November. We're ready. We're fired up. They say Donald Trump is our man. We're going to continue to pan the crowds and let you watch as we await the 45th President of the United States on his way to becoming number 47.
I mean, there's really no words.
You know, they say once a cheerleader, always a cheerleader. These supporters are so wonderful at every rally. And I was just telling you at that moment, I was saying, let's go, let's go. And all their hands were up. They were chanting. They were, you know, so they feed off of the media. If they know that the American people are watching, they want to be heard and seen. Look at the lady on someone's shoulder so she could get a good shot of President Trump when he came out so she could have a great view. So the crowds are amazing. They're happy. They're hopeful. They're so energetic. And at that moment when they're chanting and when they're, you know, saying, let's go, let's vote, too big to rig, within 10 minutes, everything changed. But their hope and their spirit did not fade away. That spirit is still there. In fact, I spoke to someone just yesterday who sits front row at a lot of President Trump's rallies, He's a fan. He's what's called a front row Joe. President Trump nicknamed a group of people who always get there first in line for every rally and sit front row, the front row Joes. So he's part of the front row Joes. He said, I will be in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Nobody is stopping.
Exactly. No one's stopping. Grand Rapids, Michigan, of course, will be there with Right Side Broadcasting Network covering the entire event. I want to read this statement once again that President Trump posted on Truth Social. This is from one of the shooting victims in Butler, PA. This is what he said about President Trump. My unwavering support for President Trump will continue, and I am happy and unafraid to support him on his way to becoming the 47th President of the United States. Let's go to that statement too with Taylor Budowich with MAGA Inc. By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, "Fight." So we shall. We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden. And the quote continues, and we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again. A statement that is very powerful within the framework of what happened on Saturday. And that statement from Taylor came out, I think it was within 24 to 48 hours. And it's really resonated with the country. It's resonated with me. That's why I'll read it. I've read it every day this week. But yeah, the fight is that electoral landslide. It's success. It's voting, it's praying hard, it's working hard. So that's what we're up to, and it's showing up at the rally on Saturday in Michigan and onwards. There's going to be a lot of rallies, including J.D. Vance has one in Ohio on Monday.
Yes, if you missed our broadcast earlier, we announced just as it was sent out that J.D. Vance will be in Middletown, Ohio, his home community where he's from on Monday, this coming Monday. So get out there, support JD, and it's exciting to see that both President Trump and JD Vance will be on the campaign trail. It's going to be busy, so always stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network as we announce those for you on air and online. Make sure you sign up for our newsletter as well. You're following us on social media, because as soon as the Trump team tells us where they're headed, we go and tell you where they're headed.
Exactly. Before we get to the moment last night with Don Jr., where he talked about Trump tough, right? We're going to give you some context on that. A great moment last night. We'll get to that in a second. We're going to share with you the free Trump book, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, a lot of schools out there, or at least a number of schools, are indoctrinating kids. They're saying, President Trump is this or Trump was that, and none of it is true. This is what's true, thefreetrumpbook.com. So it's a great kids guide for President Trump. So all you got to do is go to freetrumpbook.com, get a lot more information on how to get that book sent to you. And a great gift, of course, Vanessa.
Yes, and the only thing you have to pay for is some shipping and handling, which is very inexpensive, but the book itself is free. Can't beat that. Go ahead and get your free Trump book today. Also, if you have been following along, you know that I have one of these, and I am a firm believer that everyone should have one of these, the wellness kit, the emergency kit from the wellness company. It has ivermectin, amoxicillin, it has a Z-Pack, it has all these life-saving drugs inside of this medical emergency kit. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. Again, that's makecaregreatagain.com. We all know that big pharma makes billions of dollars off of sick Americans every year. Dr. Peter McCullough and his team of doctors have preached the importance of taking care of yourself for years now. So they came up with makecaregreatagain.com. All you have to do is, if you're new to this and have not ordered from them before, is fill out some forms about your history, your health history, what you're allergic to, and then you're well on your way, and they will send you that kit. It has come in handy for me. It has come in handy for my family. None of us have been, deathly ill, but, I have had COVID and I have had, allergies and things like that. And instead of waiting for a doctor, I have my kit right there and I'm taken care of right there from the comfort of my own home. So go to makecaregreatagain.com, type in the RSBN code and save yourself 15%.
Before we get to that powerful moment from last night with Don Jr., I want to tell you about the Birch Gold Group. Of course, all you got to do is text Trump to 989898. You'll get a great info kit in the mail or even digitally on your phone. All you got to do is text Trump to 989898. All the information you need for gold and silver, precious metals. The BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and other nations out there that are trying to devalue the dollar. Well, you got to have some backup plans, and you're going to get that with Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. So, setting the scene for yesterday. Don Jr. up there with a powerful speech, along with many powerful speeches yesterday. Here's what he had to say. All right, we'll get to that one in a second, but it was just a very powerful moment, as we know. When we watched yesterday, we saw so many people go up to that stage and share their heart. I mean, Peter Navarro, which we'll get to that as well from yesterday. Peter Navarro, just out of jail, goes to the stage in Milwaukee and still goes there and was very strong, just as President Trump is, and just as the American people are.
Oh, absolutely. He steps off right out of jail, goes onto the stage. Had a few little jokes in the beginning, joking that he got a tattoo while he was in jail, and the crowd laughs, of course. That's been the case for most speakers. They poke a little fun at things while they're up there. It gets the crowd going, and then they're serious about the serious topics going on in our country. But it was great to see Peter Navarro. And, I can't help but think, Matthew, that you have Steve Bannon, who's currently in prison, chomping at the bits to get out here, especially what happened Saturday. He has a lot to say, and he wants to be out here. But you can bet when Steve Bannon is released, he will be everywhere talking about what's going on the campaign trail.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the speakers tonight, Linda McMahon, the former administrator of small business, the Small Business Administration under President Trump, Alina Habba, Tucker Carlson, Hulk Hogan, Franklin Graham will be there. Of course, Dana White, Eric Trump, all leading up to
Kid Rock.
Yeah, Kid Rock will be performing, I think, too.
Yes.
So, Six Wires, that band that you've been hearing all week, great cover band, and then you're going to hear Kid Rock. So that's going to be, obviously, it's going to rock Milwaukee. Speaking of powerful and great moments, Don Jr. from last night, here it is.
How far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
So we go from that great moment, Vanessa, to another one with Peter Navarro. So here's last night on Wednesday, of course, day 3 of the RNC with Peter Navarro.
Election day. America will hold these lawfare jackals accountable. Now here's the sweetest thing that's going to come off my lips. Vote Trump Vance. 24 for Trump, 47. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison so you won't have to. This is my beautiful girl. She did the time with me. That's what these friggin' Democrats don't understand. They do this to our families. She's my girl. Yeah. I love you. Let's win. Do not let up. Do not let up. Pedal to the metal till November.
Welcome back. So yeah, Don Jr., Peter Navarro, J.D. Vance, so many speeches last night, and we'll get to the vice presidential pick as well with his wife Usha, who also introduced him to the crowd there. So we'll get to that speech in a minute.
Yes, and then if you're just now joining us, we do have sad news to report today. Breaking news coming into the RSBN studio. Legendary, iconic journalist Lou Dobbs has passed away. President Trump posting this just earlier on Truth Social. The great Lou Dobbs has just passed away. A friend and truly incredible journalist, reporter, and talent. He understood the world and what was happening better than others. Lou was unique in so many ways and loved our country. Our warmest condolences to his wonderful wife, Debbie, and family. He will be greatly missed. That coming from Donald Trump. Also, we have J.D. Vance, who is retweeting some post on X in memory of Lou Dobbs, but just an unfortunate news cycle that just came in from the journalism world. He was in the homes of so many Americans every single night, and a trusted journalist at that, in a time where journalism can't be trusted. You hear about fake news all the time. Well, Lou Dobbs was one of the good ones. He reported the truth and what was going wrong in our country and how we could better save this country. And it's just sad to see one of the best of the best to take his final breath today and enter heaven's gates.
Amen. So we'll be keeping thoughts and prayers for the family. And as we move forward, I know that President Trump actually did a phone interview with Lou Dobbs just about 2 weeks ago on his show. I listened to the entire thing. Every time somebody gets an interview with President Trump, it's news, right? What is President Trump going to say? How's he feeling? What's he thinking? So there was an interview with Lou. So I remember that President Trump at the end of that interview on the phone said to Lou that he was one of the most powerful voices for the movement and that we needed, he said, quote, more people like Lou Dobbs. So obviously, I'm pretty sure there'll be a moment of silence tonight at the RNC there, but we have an hour and 19 minutes until we toss it to Milwaukee, and there's just, there's a lot of emotion going on, Vanessa. I mean, we go off of what happened on Saturday to the amazing moments at the speeches and at the events each night, but tonight, President Trump sets everything straight in the sense of his speech will be watched by millions across this country. More than 100 million people will probably watch it, at least, whether it's live, whether it's on replay, whether it's on social media, and then across the globe. This is global news tonight. And I saw on one of the other networks, Ben Bergquam, he said something about, he got an interview with Nigel Farage real quick out there in the parking lot. And he asked Nigel something about what he wanted to hear from President Trump. And what Nigel Farage, a great global leader, said is we need a great global leader in the United States of America. And of course, that is Donald J. Trump. So we look forward to hearing from President Trump tonight. You're at the right place. We're going to have all the speeches coming up in a little bit. But we do have to get to some sponsors real quick. Before we do that, my name is Matthew Alvarez, and this is Vanessa Broussard.
Yeah, so good to join you here on day 4 of the RNC. I want to tell you about this miracle cream, and that's exactly what it's known for, being the miracle cream. It's called Angel Paste, and it is based out of Spring, Texas. They're conservative. They hire our veterans, big supporter of our veterans. And this is unlike any other cream that you'll find on the market. It's not greasy on your skin. It'll soak right into your skin. Women, you'll love it. Men, you'll love it. Teenagers, you'll love it. Doesn't matter. Customers are giving rave reviews about how it's helping them with wrinkles, those fine lines that show up on your skin. It's helping them with scars, with bruises, sunspots, you name it. Angel Paste is the miracle cream that everyone is raving about, and the customers are giving them, again, rave reviews. Go to angelpaste.com, experience the miracle for yourself. Angelpaste.com, type in RSBN at checkout and save yourself some money.
Definitely. And yet another great product there. I mean, we've got Angel Paste. We've also got the free Trump book. Free Trump book by Mike Huckabee. All you have to do is go to freetrumpbook.com, get some information to get it sent to you. And you got this, didn't you?
I did, for little Marty at home. And he is only 2, so he looks at the pictures. But, Marty is not really talking much yet. He says mama and eat and a few other things. But every time we see Trump, I'll just say Trump, Trump, Trump. He watches the rallies. And at the end, when President Trump gives what they call the Trump pump dance, he's watching. He loves it. And when that song comes on, he runs to the iPad. So this book is helping him. He loves President Trump. I have a little bit behind, I'm a little bit of the reasoning behind his love for President Trump. But the kids will love it. Teach them, because they're not going to learn it anywhere else. The Kid's Guide to President Trump. It talks about his accomplishments in the White House. It talks about our government and how the government works. And the only thing you have to pay for is a small shipping and handling fee, but the Trump book itself is free, and I enjoy it too. So it's not just for kids; it's geared for kids, but the adults like it as well.
I want to highlight what you just said there a little bit too about your son, because you said the reason why he's a supporter and loves President Trump and dances at the end is because you're teaching him that. Mm-hmm. And thankfully, you're teaching him common sense, the truth, the right person for the job, right? And sometimes people, obviously, that's how the whole indoctrination thing happens. Even mainstream media and some educators and some parents teaching all this other garbage that's out there.
No, not at my house. And let me tell you too.
I love it. Not at my house.
No, not at my house. We support the Lord and we support our country. And on July 4th, when we went to watch the city fireworks show in my hometown, he had a little flag in his hand, and I have pictures of him looking at the flag. Again, 2 years old. He's going to grow up showing respect for America and our flag. And so it starts at home. Again, the Kid's Guide to President Trump is where it begins. They're not going to learn it, unfortunately, in our country. When they walk out the door into our society, we see what happens in our world. We don't want them brainwashed out there. They're going to say, well, this is not what mom and dad taught me at home. This is not what my grandma taught me at home. That's not what my grandpa taught me. So they are well prepared to go into the real world if you teach them at home, and it all begins there with the Kid's Guide to President Trump.
And speaking of honoring the flag, if you remember, if you watched here on Right Side Broadcasting Network at the RNC, the University of North Carolina students who didn't let Old Glory touched the ground when some protests were on the campus there. They were trying to take down our United States flag, but these North Carolina students made sure to hold the flag up, and it was raining and they're getting yelled at by these protesters, but they knew that they love their country, they love the soil of our land, they love what this country stands for, and they held that flag up. So if you missed any of that, all you have to do is on Rumble or YouTube, you just go and look on day 3 for our coverage, for the Right Side Broadcasting Network's coverage of RNC Day 3, and you could scrub through there, where one of the students actually spoke on camera in front of millions of people, right? I mean, 20,000 at the arena, and then so many people watching, and just delivered a great speech there. So it's awesome to see at every level people getting taught this is actually what's going on. Here's common sense and here's the truth.
Yeah, and I say it all the time. I spoke about this earlier. There's more good in this world than evil, thank God. And so as long as we're preparing our families for the best when they go out into the real world, put your phones away at the dinner table, say grace before meals, get together instead of, someone eating dinner on a plate in their bedroom, one in the living room, one in the kitchen. That's what the devil wants. He wants to separate family. So turn off the TV, put your phones away for 30 minutes, sit at the table together, talk about what great events happened in your day today, how school's going, and let's just continue to bring back the faith and the family time and the love for our country.
And we're seeing that. Shout out to you guys in Oklahoma and Louisiana with schools there, a number of schools putting the Ten Commandments in classrooms, and also in Oklahoma teaching the Bible. And you say that right now, and if anybody is on the left wing, they hear something like that, they're like, oh my gosh, the Bible, don't teach the Bible. But wait a minute. If every other book under the sun's being taught to our students, why not that book? Why not be inclusive to the Holy Bible? So anyway, a little bit of preaching there, but it's true, right?
It's a good point.
point.
We are one nation under God,
yeah.
And that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, so we did have an interview yesterday with an Oklahoma superintendent who was talking, actually that was on Tuesday. So if you want to see that interview, it's on Tuesday as well. So American Financing is another great sponsor there. You can see you can save up to $854 a month. How in the world do you do that? Well, first by reaching out to American Financing. They use things like the equity in the house and other measures to help you save $854 a month. So American Financing, great sponsor here as well. You can see that number on your screen. Saving an average of $854 a month. So a great product there.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of people are, kind of taking a step back and thinking of if they should buy a new home, if they should refinance their home. Times are tough. We know interest rates were high for a little bit, still are, but they seem to be coming down just a tad. But this is where American Financing can come in and help you, whether you are trying to refinance your home, if you're dealing with a home loan, if you're trying to purchase a new home. Go ahead and call that number on your screen, 1-800-402-0299. Again, that's 1-800-402-0299. They are standing by to get you started to help you today, right now.
All right, it is 5:18 on the East Coast. We're getting ready as we are about an hour and 10 minutes from the start of the day number 4 at the Republican National Convention, of course, at the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee. A lot of people in there excited. It's going to be great once that the gavel in process starts with Michael Whatley out of North Carolina. And maybe we could look at some of the photos over the past few days as well. Some of these photos show President Trump and J.D. Vance. We're going to get to the speech there with J.D. Vance and his wife as well in just a moment. But Vanessa, let's dive into a couple of these promises that the GOP platform is really promising the American people. If there is a Trump administration in 2025, we know that the people are outright in support. The majority of the people, through polls, through boots on the ground, you see what's happening. President Trump is leading by a lot out there. Let's go with number 6, large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips.
Oh, that's a big one. A lot of people started reacting to the news when President Trump was at a rally just a couple of weeks ago and said, this has not been said before. This is the first time I'm going to tell you because it has not been made public yet. I will not put a tax on tips. To me, that's wonderful in so many ways, Matthew. First, they are given wages by their employer. These tips that they receive are gifts. I am gifting you with extra money. I am gifting you with $5, $10, $20, $30, whatever you want to, depending on which restaurant you go to and how your waitress performs. That is a gift to you. So should that be taxed? I don't believe so. And so what happens is if you're paying with a credit card or a debit card and you go to leave a tip of $10, it's taxed for them. So they're not really getting that $10. So what President Trump is saying is, I'm not going to tax your tips. So the new trend now is that if you go to a restaurant and you pay with that credit card or debit card, put on there when you leave your tip, vote Trump. He will not tax your tips. And awesome. President Trump has even done that as well.
Yeah, he left a tip. I think it was, I don't know if it's 200 or 500. But he left a huge tip. I think it was in Philadelphia at some Philly cheesesteak place. So, some people talk about a flat tax or other things that could be possible. So we'll see how that goes. Also, when Joe Biden says, and it kind of irks is not the right word, but that's what I'm thinking of right now. So it irks me when I hear Joe Biden go, for those of you making $400,000 a year, which I don't, but I'm saying if you make $400,000 a year or more, you got to pay your fair share. pay your fair share. If somebody makes that money, it's because they worked hard to make it. Get off of the people. You know, if somebody makes that money, they make that money. We're not socialist and we're not communist.
Absolutely, I agree. You know, they say tax the rich, and you work hard. This is why it's so important to be in America, where it is the land of opportunity. You can be anything you want to be. I chose a route of being a journalist. I have been wanting to be a journalist since as far back as I can remember as a little girl. A journalist, unless you're, you know, way up on the ladder, at the top of the ladder, they don't make as much as a cardiologist or an attorney. You know that going in, but that is a dream of mine, to be a journalist and to talk to you about the news and connect with you on social media and form these bonds that we form with communities all over the country. That is my dream. My neighbor's dream may have been to be a neurologist. He's making way more money than I'm making, right? But that was the route he chose. That is his dream. Do I think that he should be taxed more or less than me? Go in the route of your dream and don't punish somebody for being successful.
Exactly. And that is one of the retribution situations where retribution will be through success. So, yeah, it's that don't tread on me, right, with the Gadsden flag. It's true. I mean, this is a free country. It's supposed to be free. I mean, that's what our Constitution has. So, you know, none of this pay your fair share if you make $400,000, but no, pay your fair share. Who are you to, all right, you know, I can get into that there, but I know that all of you, most of you agree with what I'm saying, but it's like, really, come on now. This is America, and hopefully we will be making America great once again. An hour and 6 minutes until we get to Milwaukee. It's going to be awesome tonight, Vanessa. I mean, this is must-watch TV, must-watch streaming. I do want to talk about number 14 real quick on the 20 out of 20 promises here. Fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. Leave our seniors alone.
I agree. You work all of your life. A lot of people start working when they're 16 years old. Back in the day, people were not graduating high school to enlist in the military. People have been working since they were teenagers, so when they hit that retirement age, it is due to them. Let them retire and live out their elderly years. And then there's talk of wanting to increase the retirement age. No. We're not put on this earth to just work and go home, work and go home, work and go home. You've worked your entire life. Enjoy the rest of your years.
Exactly. Number 16, cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. Again, hands off, no indoctrination. And that's why that free Trump book's so great.
Yeah, leave our children alone. Children are innocent. Hate is taught. My son at 2 years old only knows love. He does not know hate. And from my house, he's not going to learn it. Now, I would hate to know that he learns it in school or anywhere else in the real world, but we know that it's out there. There's a lot of hate out there. We saw it on Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania. However, you know, we've got to make sure that our children are off limits. They're taught love, they're taught reading and math and science and all of the things to help them succeed in life. That should not be taught in schools. It's not up to a teacher to teach my child about race and religion or different religions and all the things. No, that is up to me as a mother to guide my child. I expect my child to go to school and again, reading, writing, and arithmetic, period. End of statement. That's it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, when you do these classes like social studies or history, it's always, not always. You know, listen, all of the teachers or professors, anybody watching that are based in the truth and the Constitution and truth, I'm not talking about them, but the ones that get that opportunity, it seems like a lot of them front load into the education system. Why? To bring that Marxist ideology, all this stuff that's anti-God, the Bible, the Constitution, freedom. No wonder they don't like President Trump, some of these people on the left. So anyway, we are getting closer and closer, hour and 3 minutes. And if we have this interview to throw to, or this speech to throw to, this is J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee last night. And then there's a part there with his wife, Usha, as well. So let's listen to J.D. Vance.
only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio.
So there you go, the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, who's having a rally in his hometown of Middletown, Ohio. That news brought to us about 2 hours ago. That'll be on July 22nd, so Monday. Then you just go back a couple days, of course, this Saturday in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance there holding a rally. Going to be awesome to see that. We now know the full Republican ticket moving forward. What we don't know is what the Democrats are going to put up for their ticket. So we'll see what happens. A lot, as you mentioned earlier, actually, we were going to talk about this. We haven't got to it yet, about the COVID situation with Joe Biden. Is that on the way to him being removed in the sense of someone else running in his place? So that's news that we will share with you as soon as we get it. Of course, the whole country will get that as soon as that happens. So. Yeah. So Joe Biden, of course, was just diagnosed with COVID. I think that this is a way for him to be slowly exiting the race for a second term. Joe Biden has been very firm and stern on the fact that he is not leaving. He's going to continue 4 more years. That was his hope. But he just released yesterday or the day before that if a doctor diagnosed him to where he is unfit to be in office, that he may consider backing down. First time he's ever mentioned or gave any type of idea of that matter of those sorts to do so. With this COVID diagnosis, we believe in the Republican Party, this is a way for the Democrats to push him out the door and bring someone like Kamala Harris in. We have been seeing reports that there's been talks in the White House about that happening. None of that's confirmed. I also have been seeing reports that it could be as early as this weekend that President Joe Biden drops out of the race. So this is something that we're keeping a very close eye on. The Democrats are scrambling on their end. They're crumbling on their end. And we're just getting stronger on the Republican side, and we've been seeing that at the RNC this week. And tonight is going to be dynamic in just under 1 hour. Going back real quick to the Democratic side, look at who they have. It could be Kamala, God please no. It could be Michelle Obama, God please no. It could be Governor Newsom, please no, Lord Jesus. All of their people are terrible. And regardless of who the Democrats, as Vivek said on Fox the other day, regardless of what puppet is put into the Democratic machine over there, it doesn't matter. The headlines are going to be straight up. We need to save our country. We need to make America great again. The country's behind that. So whoever they put in there, obviously the support is for President Trump and moving forward. So We're going to tackle the last three, 18, 19, and 20 of these GOP promises in just a second. But before we do, let's go to the BelleWood Designs. This is an awesome looking safety box. You can put your firearm in this. That's exactly what it's created for. So there's efficiency with this here. So you get more information on that by going to BelleWoodDesigns.com. And you see there, Vanessa, the promo code. It's RNC. You get 10% off. Always good to have either RSBN as a promo code or the RNC.
Absolutely, and I love We the People. I mean, that just explains it all. It's been there, you know, since our founding fathers put it there, and here we are in 2024, and We the People will prevail. That's what it's all about, and so make sure you get one of those. How cool is that? Also, don't forget the Birch Gold Group. You know, a lot of people are struggling right now with saving, not just for right now. I mean, you can't save right now. So many people are living paycheck to paycheck, but this is where the Birch Gold Group comes in and says, you know what, we're going to help you store some of that in savings with precious gold. The dollar is going down. We just want to move your IRAs, maybe your 401ks into gold, and you can do so. Roll those over. There's no, you're not going to have to worry about any taxes coming out of any of that. I spoke to the Birch Gold Group just a couple of weeks ago and had that same question. So protect your savings with gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. Protect your money, protect your future for yourself, your kids, and your grandkids. And the Birch Gold Group, they have a 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of satisfied customers, happy customers with rave reviews that we've been reading. You can be the next one. Text the word Trump to 989898.
And if President Trump has anything to do with it, Bidenomics will exit stage left, and then Maganomics will be installed, which is great for our economy and every aspect of it. Still, though, Birch Gold Group, it's always good to have gold, silver, and precious metals. Why? Because global markets and those global currencies, they're still trying to devalue the dollar. So great to have gold, silver, and precious metals. Getting back to the GOP platform, number 18 reads, deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic. Again, plenty to talk about with that situation there. Number 19, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship, Vanessa.
Absolutely. Proof of citizenship is so important. Look, why else would Joe Biden have our borders open? He could stop this today. He could have stopped this yesterday. He could have stopped this months ago. All he has to do is put pen to paper and stop this right now, but he refuses to do so for multiple reasons. One, he wants these illegals to vote. They're going to try to sneak in and have an illegal election process. We firmly believe that. Number two, I was speaking to a senator from Colorado a couple of months ago, and his take on this was, and follow me along here with me because it's kind of gets detailed. Say, for example, your city has 100,000 people and you may have 4 representatives in your state. All of these, now remember, there's over 10 million illegal aliens who have come into our country. So your hometown, your city has 100,000 people, 4 representatives. I'm making this up numbers wise. Maybe 50,000 illegals are now in your city, okay? So that makes your population 150 because they want to count them into the census as well. So now you're at 150,000 people, okay? So what does that mean? You're gonna have to redistrict and add more representation. Who are all of these illegals going to vote for? The Democrats.
Yeah.
So that's another reason they want more representation, more Democrats in office. Pay attention, folks. They have a game plan, and they want to steal, and they want to redistrict and have more representation on the Democratic side. And the Trump campaign, and you heard those people earlier at the rally on Saturday before shots rang out, make it too big to rig. Let them know that the MAGA movement is stronger than ever, and there's more people in this country who want this country to be saved than what the left is trying to do to destroy our country.
Vanessa, that's a great point. And to your point, in 2020, we know that it was mail-in ballots via COVID. And then 2024, we're hoping this isn't true, but it seems like it's mail-in people to the country. So we're hoping that's not going to happen. And of course, the SAVE Act will prevent that, but we see that 198 Democrats voted against that in the House. So we see what's happening, but still too big to rig. There's so many people in our country that are, it reminds me of Ronald Reagan versus Walter Mondale in 1980, I believe, 84. He had 513, I think, electoral votes versus just a few, 13 or something over with Walter Mondale. I think that's an accurate map today, to be honest.
If it is an election that is fair and honest, 100%, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Because people want this country to be saved. They want this country to, look, this is not your grandfather's Democratic Party. This Democratic Party has changed so much that your grandfathers and your great-grandfathers are probably rolling over in their graves. This is not the Democratic Party of old times. It has changed. We have an open border with millions of illegal aliens coming in, crime rates out of control, a justice system that we can't trust. We have men and women's sports. We have our children being manipulated, brainwashed at a young age. This is not the party of the working class anymore. This is the party of crazy, okay? And so we have more people with common sense in this country, thank God, than we do crazy. And so we just, and I feel like every day when I wake up, they get more and more bizarre. Like, what are they going to come up with tomorrow?
Yeah,
what are they going to come up with tomorrow? It's just getting worse and worse, and people are drifting away from the Democratic Party. And so now they're in shambles over here. What do we do? What do we do? We've tried everything we can to get their nominee off the ballot, you know, but we have so many great candidates. I mean, the list goes on. You have Ben Carson, you have J.D. Vance, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, you have Carrie Lake, you have, you know, look at Florida and all their wonderful delegations, Texas and their wonderful delegations. You have all of these wonderful powerhouses in the Republican Party who are fighting every day. On the left, it's just a bunch of crazies who put America last. And so the American people are seeing this and they're moving away from the party.
Moving away from Marxist and terrible things trying to tear at the fabric of our country, of course. Before we get to a couple sponsors, I do want to talk about number 20 in the GOP platform. It's to unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. That's number 20 of the promises. And to your point about the illegal immigrants and who they would vote for, I was in Chicago, as some of you know. This was last year, on my way to an event in Iowa. So I was flying from Pennsylvania, where I used to live, with my family to Iowa. So I stopped in Chicago, and I knew that Terminal 1 had a housing unit for migrants, and I went and talked to a couple migrants, and it's on my Truth Social if you want to see it. And it was kind of a broken English conversation back and forth, a guy from Venezuela, a guy from Congo. And I said, well, who are you going to vote for? I said, you vote for Trump or Biden? And the one guy goes, Biden. And the other guy goes, he was about to say Trump like that, and then the guy corrected him, and oh, no, Biden. So both guys said Biden. So that's, to your point, is right. It's how did they get to America, they think, because of Joe Biden. It's all ridiculous. It's all terrible. And so number one on the GOP platform is seal the border. So we got to get that done. And nothing against, obviously, legal immigration. My grandpa from Cuba legally came into this nation. Thank God he did. So that was before Castro. So anyway, we just talked about number 20, the wellness company as well we can talk about, because I know you've got one of these kits. I'd like to get one too.
Yeah, you should. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. They have ivermectin, amoxicillin, and a Z-Pack in these kits. These kits are only sold in the USA. It's kind of like going to a doctor's office for the first time. They'll send you a packet via email to send back to them. It's real easy. You just type it out on your computer and just let them know what you're allergic to, some of your medical history, and so they'll have an idea, and they have to have that before they ship this medicine to you. And take care of yourself. You know, we don't have a healthcare system in this country. We have a sick care system. Pharmaceutical companies have been making billions of dollars off of Americans for years. That's billions with a B. Every year off of sick Americans. And so that means that Big Pharma needs you to be sick. They want you to rely on them. And just like Big Pharma, Big Government wants you to feel powerless. That's what it's all about. And so they want you to feel like they're in control of you, and they're not really there to protect you. But Dr. Peter McCullough and his team, Dr. Drew Pinsky as well, these prescription kits, they're behind these kits. They have emerged as a keystone of many American families' emergency preparedness plans, saving thousands of dollars in unplanned medical visits. So don't wait to have to go to the doctor. Don't wait for a prescription. It can be right there at your fingertips, at your disposal. That is these wellness company kits. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Save 15% at checkout. Just type in RSBN as your promo code and you'll save money.
And Tax Network USA, any issues with filing, or maybe you missed a filing from the April deadline? Well, these guys are right there going to help you out. 800-357-1415. Always good to have some financial peace of mind. This group here, a patriotic group that will work right there with you, answer some questions, and help you with any back taxes or any situation that you may be facing. So it's Tax Network USA. Before we go to break, just want to say we're happy to be here with you. We're so glad that you guys are joining us. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are a great number away, 47 minutes and 10 seconds away.
That wasn't planned.
That wasn't. When it flows, right? Yes. So glad it did. And
what's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
As we count down to the Republican National Convention, day 4, with just about 44 minutes left until showtime, we want to thank you for being here watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard alongside Matthew Alvarez. It's been a pleasure being here with you. And we also want to tell you about some of our sponsors who are wonderful. I love this one, Matthew, and if you probably can tell every time I speak about them. They're also from Texas, from Spring, Texas. Angel Paste. This is Miracle Cream. So many rave reviews are coming in about this small business who is a conservative company. They are in line with our values. They respect our veterans and are also known for hiring our veterans. This is a miracle cream that you can put on your skin, no matter your age, no matter your if you're a male or female, a teenager. It will help you out. It has been known to help out with sunspots, wrinkles, bruises, any type of aging. This is the miracle cream to have in your cabinet at home. Go to angelpaste.com. That's angelpaste.com. Check out all of their products. Make sure you put in an order right now tonight and get 10% with the code RSBN. Get 10% off.
I know it's great that they're hiring veterans to help with that manufacturing there in Spring, Texas. Also, American Finance, if you're looking to save nearly, well, there you go, $854 a month. They're going to help you do it. It's definitely through the equity at your house, but they're going to navigate those waters with you to help to save upwards of $854 a month. So I'd give them a call right there. You can see the number on your screen. American Financing, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And of course, from American Financing, we go to BelleWood Designs. BelleWood Designs with that beautiful insignia of We the People there, Vanessa.
Yes, they are in different sizes. You can get large and small. Make sure that your possessions are secure, quick access. They're 100% handmade. BelleWood Designs, and of course, we love the saying starting with We the People right there, and italic lettering and bold. Very patriotic from BelleWood Designs. Make sure you get one of these hidden gun cabinets. You need one for your room.
Definitely. So BelleWoodDesigns.com there, promo code RNC for 10% off. And Director, if we can go to Unified TV as well. I know that they are a great sponsor as well. So it's Unified, UNIFYD.TV/RSBN. You're going to get 47% off an annual membership. Check this out. It's alternative anti-woke streaming platform with more than 1,000 titles to choose from. You're looking at boycotting some other places like Netflix and other areas for this place, Unified TV. Again, Unified TV/RSBN. Get 47% off in honor of our 47th President, Donald J. Trump. This is off an annual membership. It's a nonprofit organization. It's also, specifically, it's exclusive titles digging deep into government conspiracies, exclusive documentaries, investigative journalism, and uncensored live news. Stories of spiritual awakenings and visitors of the third kind. So, Unified TV, there you go. Get 47% off an annual membership. So we've got obviously some great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's do something where we can just rewind just a bit. Let's go to Don Jr.'s awesome moment last night at the RNC here. We're going to go to that in just a minute. But it was powerful when he said that America is Trump tough.
Yes, he said there's tough and then there's Trump tough. And it was amazing to hear that slogan. I think that's going to be the slogan, possibly. We haven't heard from President Trump yet. That may be the slogan, at least so far, from the RNC, because that is absolutely correct. There's tough, and then there's Trump tough. Let's take a listen to Don Jr. right now.
Far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
So it's been pretty similar throughout the week when it comes to various speeches and moments like that, Vanessa. I know you've been watching as well. I mean, Ben Carson the other night, so many people.
Absolutely. And to see the smile on Donald Trump's face has been so heartwarming, and it's just relieving to see that him in this moment that he's smiling. He has this glee in his eye, and it's almost like a grateful, happy, blessed, patriotic, all of those words combined into one moment. I just can't get enough of when the camera pans to him with that look in his eye, with a smile on his face. It's definitely so good to see. Hey, we're about 37 minutes away now from the RNC Day 4 getting kicked off there in Milwaukee. We're going to go over some of the lineup of some of the speakers for tonight. You don't want to miss it. So whatever you have planned, I would think I would go ahead and postpone that until tomorrow, because this is a must-watch night of the RNC. But before we get to that, we want to talk to you about some breaking news we just received earlier coming in from the journalistic world. Lou Dobbs, a legendary icon in the journalism world, has passed away. Lou Dobbs has passed away. President Trump did post a post on Truth Social just a little bit ago remembering Lou Dobbs.
And you can see he says there, President Trump, the great Lou Dobbs has just passed away. A friend and truly incredible journalist, reporter, and talent. He understood the world and what was happening better than others. Lou was unique in so many ways and loved our country. Our warmest condolences to his wonderful wife, Debbie, and family. He will be greatly missed. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, President Trump did a phone interview with Lou Dobbs about 2 weeks ago on his show there. And President Trump, at the end of that interview, said that he thanked Lou, and he says, "You are a powerful voice in this movement." So we'll be remembering Lou today, and I'm sure there'll be maybe some sort of moment of silence for Lou tonight. As he wasn't a fake news guy. He was the real deal conservative journalist. And other top headlines, Vanessa, are out there too.
Yes, we spoke about this just moments ago, and we'll continue to hit on this as well, because it's being talked about all over the country. What's going to happen on the Democratic Party on their side when it comes to the presidential election? Just yesterday, it was announced that President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with COVID. That is, he has been diagnosed with COVID, and that could mean that he may step down in the near future. We're hearing as early as this weekend. Those are the rumors circulating. Now, none of that has been confirmed, but remember, after the debate with President Trump, his team said that he had a poor performance because he had a cold. That was their excuse. Fast forward a couple of weeks later, and we're getting word from the Democratic side, from President Biden's team, that he has COVID. And so now we're looking at video from last night of him slowly walking up the stairs to Air Force One. He's clearly in a health decline. It is obvious to the American people, and there's just no way to get around it anymore. Karine Jean-Pierre is hammered every single day in the White House press briefings by reporters to be honest with the American people. Now, she promises that she is, but there's something clearly wrong with Joe Biden and his health. And so the rumors now are that since he has been diagnosed with COVID, as they say, will he be stepping down as early as this weekend, not as president, but to run in November, and who will be taking his spot?
So a lot of names swirling around, and as you were talking there, Vanessa, you know, some of the viewers, this is maybe some of the thoughts that you had as well. The fact that 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for this 4 years should be President Trump's anyway. All of this lawfare, all of these headlines about Biden, the debate, all of it. President Trump should actually be wrapping up his 8th year in the White House right now. But here we are, hearing from, we'll see what happens with the left. But at the end of the day, we know that President Trump has the lead in the polls and the lead throughout the country by far. I mean, it's an absolute joke, in my opinion, to be real about it, to see what's going on the left. But we're looking forward to hearing from President Trump tonight at the RNC there in Milwaukee. Some other headlines we can get to, of course, Saturday, Grand Rapids, Michigan. 5 p.m. President Trump and VP nominee Vance will be there for a rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network will be there live. And then there's a rally on Monday in the hometown of J.D. Vance.
Yes, Middletown, Ohio. Just announced just about an hour or so ago that J.D. Vance will be there in his hometown. Again, that's in Ohio on Monday. So we're looking forward to Saturday. And then, of course, Monday, and RSBN is your go-to campaign headquarters for 2024. Make sure you're tuned in on both of those days, as we will be giving you live coverage from those events. I want to hit more on the poll numbers as well that just came out today, looking at President Trump and a head-to-head matchup with Joe Biden. According to interactive polls, he is leading in the key states. President Trump is leading by 4 points to 10 points in all battleground states. Now, since there are rumors circulating that Joe Biden will be stepping down as the candidate in November by as early as this weekend, for the first time, interactive polls have put together a matchup between President Trump and Kamala Harris. In that matchup as well, according to interactive polls, President Trump is also leading in all the battleground states.
If we could also take a look at some of the photos from this week at the RNC, you know, President Trump having a great time this week. You could tell by the smiles that you were referring to before, yes, Vanessa. And we see, as you mentioned too, the polls are in favor of Donald Trump regardless of what the left does. So, yeah, it's going to be a great night tonight. This is day 4. You're watching live coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can see that wonderful moment from the other night there with J.D. Vance and Don Jr., Eric Trump, Laura Trump. So Don Jr. had a great speech. Of course, Laura Trump did as well. J.D. Vance last night. Eric Trump to speak tonight. And then, of course, President Trump to speak several hours from now. But there's going to be so many great speeches and moments. I mean, you said before, Kid Rock's going to be performing. Dana White's going to be introducing President Trump. What a bad A, you know what I mean? I'm not going to say it, but what a awesome way to have that happen. You know, Trump goes into those arenas all the time, and the place is just rocking for President Trump. What an awesome event.
Squad goals. I mean, you wouldn't want a better friendship than that. You have Donald Trump, you have Dana White, you have Kid Rock, you have Tucker Carlson, you have all these powerhouses. That's the type of crew I want in my corner.
And you know what's interesting to that point, because they're all we the people, they're all Americans, right? But the everyday Americans that we've been watching all week, this is what I love about Donald Trump and what was going on here. And first of all, you know, I'm talking like you guys have known me for years and like I've got something really powerful or amazing to say. Regardless of the case, I don't care. The point is, the everyday Americans that President Trump and the campaign has put out there and said it's about we the people. It's about the people. And I think it's awesome. Every time President Trump's doing these speeches, he's like, when we win, he didn't. Why would he do this to himself? If it was all about money and fame and all that, where a number of other politicians do it for that reason and that reason alone, but he didn't do it that way. And so that's why we all love him. And so get off the soapbox there. But
no, you're absolutely right. I mean, and President Trump was speaking about that Saturday, just moments before he was shot, that, again, he could be living a luxurious life somewhere. And, you know, we talk about it all the time, but it's absolutely the truth. Here is this man who is a successful businessman from Manhattan who has golf courses and resorts and billions of dollars and this wonderful family. He could be living at Mar-a-Lago or Bedminster or all of these places, just living out the rest of his life.
Yep.
And he told Joe Biden during the debate, I was rooting for you. Now, I'm paraphrasing this. This is not exactly, you know, a quote. I was rooting for you. I wanted you to do well. But you're not. And America is in decline. So I have no choice but to run and to save this country. And so he's absolutely right. We want the president the office of the president to do what's best for America. And Joe Biden may very well be the worst president in U.S. history. Absolutely. He has open borders. We can't afford groceries. The crime rate, the wars in the Middle East. The list goes on and on and on. He puts America last. He's sending every time I turn around, he's sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. What about to our military men and women? What about to our veterans? What about to the American people who are struggling? That's what the problem is with Joe Biden. He is so worried about Ukraine and China and all these other places that he's forgetting about his home turf and his people right here who he's supposed to be representing. And so that needs to change, and the only man who can change that is Donald Trump.
And this government is to be of the people, by the people, for the people. That is what President Trump stands on. He stands on the foundation of the rock of Jesus Christ, and I believe he also stands on the foundation of the Constitution of the United States. And there we go. So, and also when I say that about faith, right? And I know I mentioned it a few times in broadcasts, but President Trump himself mentioned it the other day. Actually, his first speech after the Butler, Pennsylvania attempted assassination was just the other day. I think it was yesterday at the RNC. There's a video circulating, and it was on Citizen Free Press on Truth Social. And President Trump said, quote, "God was with me." And I'm sure I'll talk more about that tonight. So, so we know what he's standing for. I want to get to two things real quick. MAGA Inc., all right? So that's part of it's not officially under the campaign, but it's definitely right there with it and approved by the campaign. You're talking, Taylor Budowich and others. So MAGA Inc. put out some of the stories that illustrate the heart and humanity of the man who stands ready to lead our nation back to greatness. So I'm going to read through this one real quick, and then I want to let you know how you can donate to the network if you'd like. And if you enjoy the coverage and all of the speakers that you get here live, we're bringing that to you. And it's thanks to you and thanks to our sponsors. But we'll get to that in just a second. So let's talk about the story real quick. Is there any breaking news at all, or are we good?
Not breaking, but we can wait.
Okay,
it's
cool.
A post from President Trump I would like to read, but we'll go first.
Actually, go ahead.
Okay.
President Trump
comes first.
Well, this is about President Trump as well, but it seems like it trumps.
Nobody puts...
It trumps Trump, but they're both Trump. Anyway, go ahead.
Nobody puts Trump in the corner, right?
Nobody does. Go ahead.
Donald Trump just posted this 37 minutes ago on Truth Social. This is breaking news coming in from Arizona. As you know, Kari Lake ran for governor in Arizona and lost that election and has been fighting for election integrity ever since. Now, this is one of the elections where there are some discrepancies in these results coming in, and was this a fair election when she ran for governor? So the fight has been on for election integrity. You spoke with her. We just aired that interview in the last couple of hours here with Kari Lake, and the fight for election integrity, not just in Arizona, but also in the United States as well. But breaking news coming in from Arizona in that regards, Donald Trump posting this just moments ago from the Arizona Senate GOP. Today, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of election integrity. Voters in Arizona who register with the state and do not provide proof of citizenship will be rejected. This is a victory for election integrity in Arizona. Only U.S. citizens should be allowed to vote in our elections. It sounds like common sense, but the radical left elected officials in our state, they continue to reject this nation, disrespecting the voices of our lawful Arizona voters. We are grateful the court is upholding this provision in our law and that it's time for Congress to take action to ensure only lawful U.S. citizens are voting in federal races. That comes from Warren Peterson and posted by Donald Trump. Great win in Arizona. Great news. I know Kari Lake's probably very excited about that tonight. But like they said in the post, common sense. Why are we having to fight this? Why are we having to battle this? This should be a no-brainer. This, again, is common sense that you go to the polls, you show your ID, they match it up, then you vote. Bottom line. So now Arizona is saying big win for us, but this should be the case across the land, and I hope that it is.
Exactly, and there's some great patriots in Arizona. Andy Biggs is one of them, of course. Seth Ketchel, for those of you that follow him on Truth Social, doing awesome things for election integrity. Carrie Lake, that interview that that I did earlier is on Rumble. If you like to scrub back, you could watch it. She talks about some of these exact issues here. So we see Arizona being the 6th largest state in the union, a powerful state, and also one of the swing states. And so we know that Arizona, it might not be within the framework of the 7 swing states we're talking about, because we talk about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia and others, but still a very powerful state for the electoral votes in the Electoral College. Let's switch gears real quick, as we are 23 minutes on the dot until we send it out to Milwaukee. Of course, we'll be getting a live split screen there, so as soon as it goes to the stage and they have that 10-second countdown, and there's that post that Vanessa just read there for you to read if you want to see it on Truth Social. If you like what you're seeing and hearing when it comes to all the speeches by President Trump and also all of the coverage, there's a way you can donate to the network. All you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. It'll take you right to the page to do so, whether it's $1, $100, $10, or whatever. It'd be great if you could, because at the end of the day, it obviously costs cash to go from city to city and to bring you live coverage. So if you like what you're seeing, RSBN to 801-801. So you just text RSBN to 801-801. So we thank you for that. And also the sponsors, obviously thank you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Vanessa, your thoughts just about our viewers and the fact that we are, in a way, viewer supported, but also, of course, with our sponsors.
Yes, we thank all of our viewers from the beginning of RSBN who have been there with us, who are giving monthly subscriptions. And even if you're not one of those and you just give, $5 here, $10 here, we thank you also. Every little bit helps. Thank you so much for keeping us on the campaign trail, letting you see all of the Trump events, reporting the truth, all of the people. We show the crowds. And you know what? And it's because of you that I get word all the time when I'm out in the field. President Trump is watching RSBN on Trump Force One. So while you're watching us, he's watching us on Trump Force One as well. So keep those donations coming in. We're glad that you love us. He loves us, and we love all of you as well. So thank you for that. Again, you can do so. Make a donation on rsbnetwork.com. More breaking news coming in regarding Joe Biden and the future, if he's going to be in office. I am seeing reports. Now, this is not confirmed by RSBN, but I'm seeing a lot of posts and news articles that he is agreeing to step down. Now, we reported a little bit on that earlier, Matthew, that he says if a doctor tells him that it's time for him to step down, he will agree to that. That is a Joe Biden we have not heard from before. He said, nope, I am staying in the race. I need to finish my 4 years. But just in the last 24 hours, he has said that is if a doctor diagnoses him and says, you need to step down, that he will do so. But just in the last few minutes, I'm seeing a lot of different articles coming in that it's getting very close, that he's agreeing to do so, and that he wants to have an open convention at the Democrat convention. So not really going to throw in a endorsement behind anybody is what we're hearing. And it may be just an open convention where Newsom, Harris, Michelle Obama, they may all, and other Democratic names, Lord forbid, it may be AOC. Whoever it is going to be terrible. But that's where we are right now in the Democrat Party. A lot of talk still going on right now. I'm looking at all of these news articles come in. We're trying to get that confirmed through RSBN, and we'll keep you posted as well, waiting to hear on that. But as time progresses, the more and more it's looking like Joe Biden is going to not step down as president, but not run in the November election, and he could be making that announcement from now until this weekend. So we're waiting on that.
Okay, so that's the news information that we're hearing and seeing out there, but I can guarantee you a lot of us as well are saying, you know what, open convention, open schmavention. Who cares?
Open borders, open convention.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
who cares? These guys are just trying to steal probably headlines today. You want to go real? Let's go real.
And that's what they do. That is what they're known for.
This is President Trump's day, Vanessa. We know that. And so.
And I'm going to tell you, they can try anything they want, but they are not going to take away from the moment President Trump walks on stage after he was shot on Saturday. America and the entire world will have eyes on that stage here in 18 minutes. We have speakers before Trump, but it's going to be a party in Milwaukee tonight. Some of your top, the people you love the most, Dana White, Kid Rock, huge following. I've heard rumors, I haven't had this confirmed, 50 Cent may be there. He's moved to Texas because he's sick of all the woke ideas going on across the country. So he comes on to Texas. We welcomed him there in the Houston area. There's rumors that he would be there. Kid Rock gets on X and says some surprises tonight. So 50 Cent may be one of those surprises. But we're ready to see it. This is going to be an epic night. That stage is going to be on fire. And of course, the grand finale with the fireworks is going to be President Donald J. Trump. So the left can try anything they want, but you're not going to take that momentum from us. You've tried over and over and over again. It doesn't work. We just get stronger by the minute. They're not going to take away the spotlight from President Trump tonight.
So there's three things that is going on right now, I believe, with the mainstream media and what is being controlled right now. Political messaging, public opinion, false narrative, and then let's go with the fourth one, optics. So these four things are so big in politics, right? What's the court of public opinion about this? Well, you have to sell the American people on that, right? And the mainstream media on the left always likes to get in there and help the right way for what they think is the right way. So they think, well, today is a great, huge day for President Trump. Why not just stir the pot a little bit and say, well, Biden might be stepping down and having all these news reports.
That's what they did.
Obviously, I'm glad that Vanessa shared that because these are actual news stories that are happening. That's part of what we do in the business. However, we know that if Vanessa and I talked about this whole Biden thing for the next 5 hours, first of all, you guys would all turn off the network. I'd say, let's go to lunch or something.
Yeah.
But the point is, forget it. The false narrative that they're trying to do right now, I see right through it. You see right through it. We're aware. And so thank God for the RNC and thank God for tonight that we're going to have some great moments. Let's, Director, can we go to the Don Jr. Moment from last night? If you get that cued in, please let me know. I got to stand by on that. Well, let's do a Birch Gold Group read first. And then we're going to go to Don Jr. because it's about tonight and it's about the great leader of the free world, and we're going to see him tonight. Obviously, we're excited right now, Vanessa, but let's go to the Birch Gold Group real quick.
I love this. Build a wall around your IRA or 401k. Get yourself protected when it comes to your finances. The Birch Gold Group has thousands of satisfied customers. They have a 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau. They are the experts in handling finances. Now, when you think of, putting your money into investment, you automatically think, well, do I have to have a lot of money? That's not just the case. You can, if you have just a little bit, that's okay. They are going to help save that money as much as you can for the future. So if you just have a little bit to start with, perfect. Start with that. You have to start somewhere. So get your free information kit on gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. A representative, an expert from the Birch Gold Group will give you a call and get you on the right path to financial freedom.
Okay, so let's rewind to last night with Don Jr. And Director, if we can also queue up, we'll come up after Don Jr. We'll go to the Peter Navarro speech as well. Again, if the left is going to try and do all the headline stuff, we can play that game too because we're rooted in truth and common sense. Here's Don Jr. from last night.
How far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, My father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
On Election Day, America will hold these lawfare jackals accountable. Now, here's the sweetest thing that's going to come off my lips. Vote Trump Vance. 24 for Trump, 47. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison, so you won't have to. This is my beautiful girl. She did the time with me. That's what these friggin' Democrats don't understand. They do this to our families. She's my girl. Yeah. I love you. Let's win. Do not let up. Do not let up. Pedal to the metal till November.
So there you go, pedal to the metal until November. Some great moments last night, more great moments to be had tonight, Vanessa, at the RNC.
Yes, and that's where our focus is tonight. While the left is crumbling, we're getting stronger by the minute. I want to touch on more what's coming on, news coming in regarding President Joe Biden and his future. This is coming from Charlie Kirk with Turning Point, who says, breaking per Mark Halperin, Biden will announce his withdrawal as soon as Sunday, followed by an open Democrat convention, which we spoke of earlier, between Kamala and 3 or more rivals. Biden will not endorse his VP and will not resign the presidency. We've reported all of that as well. So he'll remain president, but then not run in November is the speculation at this time. Charlie Kirk says this could be the wildest month in American political history, and he's spot on. Look, you had an attempted assassination on President Trump. You have this wonderful RNC convention where President Trump was not supposed to be there. God knew he was going to be there, but the left didn't want him there. They tried to throw him in jail on July 11th. Then the Supreme Court came in with their ruling and said he had presidential immunity in these court cases, so they had to back away. And he's still a free man. So then he goes to this rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, and gets shot at. The left and the gunman, the assassin, didn't want him to be here today, but he is. And so while we're getting stronger, they're crumbling. Joe Biden won't even endorse his vice president. It's going to be an open convention. It's a free-for-all over there. I mean, they don't know what ends up tonight.
Exactly. So speaking of strength, we the people, we are strong, right?
Yes.
Because that's what our country's founded on, strength as well. And we see President Trump doing the same thing. Director, if we can also throw to the video when Vanessa was in Butler, PA prior to the terrible shooting incident, where we saw a sea of people. We saw tens of thousands of people just being happy to be there. And that is the boots on the ground that we refer to all the time here at the network. Take a listen as Vanessa did a great job there in Butler with Nikki Stanzione.
All right, we're going to step to the side and let you continue to see these massive crowds here in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm Vanessa Broussard, awaiting President Donald J. Trump, who should be here within minutes to see these thousands of people. It's exciting. They're happy. They're hot, but that's okay. This is an important election, and they know that President Trump is supporting them, so they are here to support Donald Trump. Chanting now, too big to rig. They say, get out the vote in November. They say Donald Trump is our man. We're going to continue to pan the crowds and let you watch as we await the 45th President of the United States on his way to becoming number 47.
So that was obviously in Butler just a few days ago before the attempted assassination there. Of course, President Trump so strong with pumping the fist, going to the motorcade and back at it, of course, at the RNC. A lot of smiles and warmth and power and strength at the RNC this week. And of course, his speech tonight. But Vanessa, being there in that moment with all of those people there, this is what it's about as everyday Americans continue to be highlighted this week. You know, a lot of times at RNCs and DNCs, maybe in the past, maybe not RNCs, more DNCs, where they try and like, oh, look at this superstar. Like, who cares? Does that really represent the people? That's the point.
I was thinking on the way to the studio today on my drive in that's what you're going to see at the DNC Hollywood. You're going to see actors and actresses and models, and we don't care what they think. We all know they're Holly weird. We don't care what they think. And so, that's what it's all going to be. And so just get ready for it. Just prepare for it. Whereas at the RNC, you had this wide array of people, the American people, the struggling mother, the mother whose child overdosed, or a mother whose child was killed, people who have these wonderful stories to tell about the real Donald Trump that we may not see when he's given speeches. You know, we know his stance, we know the work that he did when he was in office, but Grandpa and Dad, that's the stories that, we don't get to see of him when he's in his private residency. And so that it's going to be a different convention when it comes to the DNC. They're radical, and so it's just going to be terrible. But this is the RNC is pretty much just speaking for all of Americans. Like, that is the theme. It is American story. It's America's story, the heartland, the people, the working class, the mother, the father, the children who we're trying to protect. It is the true American story.
The Gold Star families, you heard from the speech last night and those really emotional moments that happened, but President Trump was scheduled to spend time with the Gold Star families. What we heard last night was for 1 hour. He spent 6 hours with the family, and actually and then there was even a good time there. I mean, it wasn't just talking back and forth and connecting. It was just, they enjoyed themselves as well, and they were laughing a little bit, and that's the person that we love. But also, the bar has been set so high now for what we desire as a leader of our country. So when President Trump, what we hope and pray and believe, and we're working hard for him to obviously win this November, then 2028 and moving forward, hopefully he wins, right? If he doesn't win somehow, it's not because it's not the people didn't vote him in. There would have to be some bad things happening in the sense of illegal votes and that kind of stuff. But my point is, the bar has been set so high that we want someone like that as our leader moving forward in this country.
Absolutely. And, I hate to see what would happen if he didn't win, but you're exactly right. If the American people, the true American citizen, gets out and vote, there's absolutely no way President Trump can't win this election. But that's why it's so important for you to get involved at home. Saturday night, Matthew, I had so many text messages, social media messages come in from people asking, how can I help? I want to fight. I want to get involved. You can. And you can do so right now. You can, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow, call your local Republican Party or your county clerk's office and say, I want to be a poll watcher. I want to be a poll worker. Because the more that we have eyes there, the less chances are for something to slip under the rug and have a repeat of 2020.
Exactly. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to see this, but on my laptop, this is the map right there. See all that red there? I know there's lights, but you saw all the red, right? So in 1984, Ronald Reagan had 525 electoral votes versus Walter Mondale's 13. Being from Minnesota, he got 10 there and then 3 in the swamp in D.C. If there was a free and fair election, which we believe is hopefully going to happen in November, that map, it would be the same thing. It'd be it'd be 535 to maybe 3 in the swamp.
I'm
right?
ready for it.
Isn't that the truth, though?
Yes.
Well,
because when we go to these rallies, swing states or not, the people love Donald Trump. Period. No matter where they're from, even
every state, New York, California. There are people that we were in the Bronx. Remember
in the Bronx, yeah. Nevada. The people are coming over the state line from California, and they're tired of Governor Newsom. They're tired of the left. They're just tired in general, and they want change. And so now's the time in November. Vote. Get involved, get your neighbors involved, become poll workers, become poll watchers, and let's make sure we win big in November.
You're taking a live look right there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is day 4 RNC coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, about 3 minutes away. We'll see how accurate the countdown clock is. It's been pretty accurate every day, but once they show a video piece of the stage, there's a 10-second countdown. And obviously we'll throw it right there, and it will continue the coverage all the way through, every speech, every musical note, everything right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And then all leads up to the man himself, the man in the arena, as Vanessa said, Donald J. Trump, accepting the nomination tonight. Before we get to all of that here in just a minute, I have to share with you unified.tv/RSBN. The ultimate anti-woke streaming service, as you see there. There's more than 1,000 titles to choose from. You get 47% off in honor of President Trump for an annual membership there. There's exclusive titles digging deep into government conspiracies, exclusive documentaries. This is a nonprofit organization, but visit unified.tv/RSBN. It's an alternative anti-woke streaming platform. So awesome sponsors here at Right Side. Vanessa, it's been great working with you the past couple days. Bobby McNeely on Monday and Tuesday. Nikki Stanzione and I will be in Grand Rapids on Saturday. And then
Bobby will be here in studio.
Right, Bobby will be in studio. And then also Paul Ingrassia, he was on our coverage as well on the 13th when the shots rang out there, providing some great commentary. So moving forward, we're with you guys all the way through, and we're hoping for within the next 100+ days that our nation will be restored, and it'll be great to just be bringing you good news all the time.
Absolutely.
That'd be awesome.
And we are about a minute and a half away from the program beginning there in Milwaukee. As you look at live pictures, we have a great lineup tonight. Of course, President Donald Trump will take the stage for the first time since the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, where we believe that the good Lord shielded that bullet from striking him, and it could have been a much worse situation. So at this time, as we count down, we want to ask the Lord to protect him tonight, wrap his arms around President Donald Trump, the Trump family, and of course the audience members there in the crowd tonight, for God to protect him from all evil, guide him in the right path, and wrap his arms around that arena tonight as we continue to push forward as not just the MAGA movement, but also Americans who want to keep our faith, our freedom, and our families well protected in a time where we need it most. And the good Lord, I believe, is on our side.
Amen, he is. Tucker Carlson, Alina Habba, Franklin Graham, Eric Trump, Dana White, all to speak before President Trump. The list goes on. There's so many other people as well. So it's going to be wonderful to have you guys stay with us through the night. I know it gets a little bit late, but you know what? It's worth it. That's why we're watching. That's why you're tuned in as we are approaching the 10-second mark on our countdown clock. But we'll continue our commentary until it is time to send it to Milwaukee. That's Pfizer Forum. You've been watching all week. It's been great coverage because we've been showing you the speeches and all of the events. We don't cut to a commercial break during this whole time. So as soon as we throw to this, it's going to be all the way till the end of President Trump's speech, and then the benediction, and then Michael Whatley with the RNC will close out the RNC for 2024. So that's usually the video we see when it's about time to go, and then there'll be that 10-second countdown. Vanessa, your thoughts about just as we take just a breath before we go into it, how awesome tonight's going to be.
It's going to be a dynamic night. I am at the edge of my seat waiting to see all of the great speakers and entertainers for tonight. This is going to be another night that goes down in history. And I was in Butler on Saturday. This is the first time we're going to see President Trump on stage making a speech since Saturday. And like just moments ago, I just asked God to continue to protect him, his family, the audience, everyone watching at home as we wait to hear what he has to say. I think that we're going to see a different side of President Trump that we may not have seen in the past, a more genuine, kind-hearted. You know, usually he comes out there and he's tough and he's ready to fight and he's ready to just get out there and take back the presidency. But tonight I think that he may have a little bit of that, but I think there's going to be a more solemn President Trump, that President Trump heart that we hear so much about from his loved ones and those who know him best. Because at the end of the day, Matthew, he's lucky to be alive. He's aware of that. And you know, I think that's the side of him that is really going to come out fully tonight.
And also with Don Jr. last night saying that there's tough, but then there's Trump tough. And then he said, I've got good news. America is Trump tough. Of course, very gritty Teflon Don will be sharing his speech tonight. So we talked about this earlier, Vanessa, as we gear up to throw it there live to Milwaukee. What do you think when it comes to the amount of time that people will be standing, cheering, clapping, tearing up, crying when President Trump takes the stage? I mean, it's going to be, what, 5 minutes at least?
Look, I wouldn't really do this, but I'm telling you that it would cross my mind. I would want to storm that stage and give him a big hug. Yeah. He needs a big bear hug from the American people, and I think that he can feel us wanting to hug him right now because we love him. He's a lot of people's heroes, and the fight that he endures every single day, from allegations thrown at him and charges thrown against him and being thrown in jail with a mugshot and then being found guilty in Manhattan on bogus charges in a Democrat-run city with Democratic leaders. And then, you know, the Supreme Court comes in, saves the day, and that didn't happen. And so then they tried to assassinate him. The man took a bullet for America. And so, you know, yes, I would be on my feet for a long time tonight when he walked out on stage. But look, know the difference when you're voting. This man took a bullet a week ago and got back out immediately and is going to be taking the stage tonight, not even a week later. And then you have another man who has COVID and says, I think I'm going to step down. Know the difference. Yeah, so I mean that looks like what's is going to happen on the left. But I believe you know, Donald Trump has inspired a nation and inspired the free world. So the people that love freedom around this globe want Donald Trump to be the president of the United States. And Viktor Orban and other leaders, whether it's Jair Bolsonaro, who hopefully can get back in there in Brazil, and whether it's El Salvador, the Netherlands, Nigel Farage, hopefully someday he would be the Prime Minister of the UK. And in France, you know, with other patriots that are loving freedom out there. So yeah, he's inspired our country. He's inspired the Make America Great Again movement. And tonight, Vanessa, is Make America Great Once Again. Yes, and we can definitely do that all together. Looking at the crowd there, the seats aren't full just yet because it usually isn't this early on in the evening because it's a long night ahead. But you think about all these rallies that we cover and these events, and the American people, we love you. We do. And this is why we do what we do, is because we love you. And so President Trump is just a powerful man in so many different ways and a hero to so many different people. And Matthew, I firmly believe there will never be another movement like this man has started. And actually, he didn't start it. The American people started it. Like, they started the whole movement behind him. They said, we love this man. We want to support this man. They call it the Trump train. It's on the go. It's choo-chooing across the nation. And there's always room for more. Independent voters are coming on board. Democrats are coming on board. Undecided voters are coming on board. Everyone's coming on board because they see the difference between our party and what we stand for and other parties and what they stand for. And so I don't know, will we ever see anything like this in our lifetime? Doubtful. I've asked so many people who are older. I don't want to call them elderly because they may be watching right now. I've watched several people who are older and asked them, you've been through so many different presidents. have you ever seen anything like this? Immediately they say no. Every one of them, no.
Yeah.
Like this is something very magical.
It is very, very magical. And I think it's MAGA forever and freedom forever. We're always, as a people, whether it's this country or the world, most people want freedom. And making America great again is something that we will always desire many years into the future. And I just looked, while Vanessa was talking, I was listening to her speak there, and I looked on, I have a Sling TV, right? And I could watch, Fox or CNN and others on there. All these networks are talking about Joe Biden.
Nope.
Moments before the RNC starts, this is the headline out there. Not here, not at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're only reporting it because that's, it is news to report.
We want you to be aware.
Yeah.
He is still the president of the United States.
Yeah, and I've mentioned before the fake president, and I'll say it again. He's the fake president. We should have President Trump in right now. At the end of the day, he should be wrapping up his second term. But we're looking for a win here in 24, as we are 1 second away from going. Let's go to Milwaukee.
The Wall Street Journal has reported today that Americans' incomes have gone down 3 straight years.
Inflation at a 40-year high under Biden presidency.
Putting up with this anymore. Putting up with what? I can't talk to people.
Fentanyl deaths fueled by Biden's open border quadruple.
Under Biden, the number of illegals that have entered the U.S. is greater than the population of 40 of our states.
Biden's failed Afghan withdrawal leaves 13 service members killed.
Prevailing view among Americans is that U.S. influence in the world is weakening, and China's is growing.
Nearly 70% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
Good evening. As we prepare to open our final session for the 2024 Republican National Committee, I feel compelled to note this has been a pretty awesome convention. We've heard from governors, senators, members of Congress, candidates, and leaders from across our great party. We've heard from real Americans who've shared their stories of loss and heartbreak, of their bravery and their vision for a better America. We've heard from the Trump family, Donald Trump Jr., Laura and Tiffany. You have all been incredible. Almost as good as the president's granddaughter, Kai. And we've heard from the next Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance. I also feel compelled to note once again that it is a miracle that we are here tonight. The fact that Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania just days ago and is here tonight to accept his nomination is proof that we are all protected by the hand of a mighty God. We have a lot of work to do in this election cycle. Tomorrow, we will all go back to our respective states, roll up our sleeves, and get to work to win this election. But first, we have some business to attend here tonight. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear from the man who has the vision and strength to make America wealthy again? To make America safe again? To make America strong again? And to make America great again? Are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States? Then let's get this show on the road. I hereby open the final session of the 2024 Republican National Committee.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome B.J. James McLaughlin from Des Moines, Iowa, Delegate at Large for Iowa.
Good evening. If you bungle raising your children, nothing much matters. Jackie Kennedy's words speak louder today than when she said them over 60 years ago. And this is why we gather on this historic occasion, isn't it? We as parents and grandparents would move heaven and earth to protect our children and the opportunities that a strong, free America offers them. Raising our children is the single most important job we have, which is why we dedicate endless hours organizing, volunteering, and advocating on behalf of President Trump. We owe it to our children to give them the kind of America we all remember growing up in, the proud, patriotic, and safe America that President Trump wants for all of us. Thank you. At home, every night, when we finish our prayers with the prayer to St. Michael. We pray for all the children, our grassroots warriors, our country, and President Trump and his family. Tonight, I would like to add my boys, JJ, Jack, and George, and God bless you, Kevin. And President Trump, St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world, seeking the ruins of souls. Amen, and God bless President Trump.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by Veterans for the Flag Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Pride, 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 all left, all left, all left, pride, 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 all left, all left, all left, pride, pride, left, pride. Color guard. Mark time, mark. Detail, halt. Left, peace.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
Halt.
Please welcome Gabe Guidarini to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. And may God bless our great nation.
Now to perform the national anthem, please welcome award-winning international singer, Mary Milben.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets rippling, the bombs bursting in, they proved to the night that our flag
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Color guard, right, peace. Forward, hold. Hold left, hold left, hold left, right. Left, right. All left, hold left, hold left, right, clear. Left, right. Left, right. All left, hold left, hold left, right, clear.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, United States Senator Steve Daines of Montana.
Wow, how about that national anthem sung by Mary Milburn? I'm U.S. Senator Steve Daines, and I represent the great state of Montana, right over there. You know, when I was a kid growing up in Montana, my grandma taught me an important lesson, and that is to have a thankful heart, to count your blessings. So this morning, as I was headed down to breakfast, I thanked God for my sweet wife, Cindy, of 37 years. I thanked God for our 4 children and their spouses. I thanked God for our 6 grandchildren. And then I thanked God that in 6 months, Joe Biden will no longer be president of the United States. Now think about this moment we're in here this evening. It was just 5 days ago. We were a quarter-inch away from having a memorial service instead of a nominating convention. And we thank God here tonight for protecting President Trump. But we have important work to do, because going forward, we must fight, fight, fight. And I will tell you, as chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, I'm working with President Trump to win the Senate majority and to fire Chuck Schumer. Back in early 2023, President Trump and I met at Mar-a-Lago. We agreed our highest priority is electing an America First Senate majority that has his back. Senators that will stand with President Trump. And tonight, I want to speak directly to the voters of West Virginia, of Montana, of Ohio, of Pennsylvania, of Nevada, of Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Virginia, and New Mexico. And here's why. Because your Democrat senators are lying to you. Look, they talk like moderates, but they vote like radicals. You know, they say they're with you, but they vote with Joe Biden. Never forget, these liberal senators voted to impeach President Trump twice. And I will tell you, an America First majority will stand with President Trump. These liberal senators allowed millions of illegal immigrants into our country. An America First majority will secure the border, and we're going to build the wall. These liberal senators shut down the Keystone Pipeline. An America First majority, we're going to drill, baby, drill. These liberal senators want to take away your Second Amendment rights. Those are fighting words back in Montana. An America First majority will protect your precious right to keep and bear arms. These liberal senators covered for Biden after 13 American service members were killed during his botched Afghanistan withdrawal. An America First majority, by the way, I'm the son of a U.S. Marine, an America First majority is going to stand with our military. These liberal senators stood with anti-Semitic mobs. An America First majority is going to stand with Israel. And look, these liberal senators want boys in girls' sports. I'm the father of 2 daughters. They want men in your daughter's and my daughter's locker room. And you know, they can't even define what a woman is. But let me tell you something. Back in Montana, we know the difference between a bull and a cow. We must replace these liberal senators with great Republican leaders like Jim Justice and Baby Dog in West Virginia, like Tim Sheehy in Montana, like Bernie Moreno in Ohio, like Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania, like Sam Brown in Nevada, Mike Rogers in Michigan, Eric Hovde right here in Wisconsin, Hung Cao in Virginia, Nella Domenici in New Mexico, and of course, Carrie Lake in Arizona. We must elect an America First Senate majority that will stand with President Donald J. Trump. But look, right now, the left-wing billionaires are massively outspending us. That's what's keeping me up at night. And we need your help. You can go to Senate24.com. Senate24.com today. Help us fight back. Because together, we're going to win back the Senate. We're going to grab that gavel out of Schumer's hands. We're going to deliver a historic victory for President Trump. And we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
Well,
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina.
My name is Richard Hudson, and I'm a congressman from North Carolina. Great to see my North Carolina folks over here. Also want to acknowledge my brilliant, amazing, smoking hot wife, Renee, who worked 4 years in the Trump White House. She's here with us tonight. Love you. I love you too, AJ. I also want to acknowledge my son, Lane, who's at home watching us on TV. And finally, I want to acknowledge God above, who redeemed this center and on Saturday saved President Donald Trump's life. Now, my job as NRCC chairman is to grow the House majority. But in my district in North Carolina, we have the largest military base in the world, Fort Bragg, home of the Airborne and Special Forces. The men and women there, the men and women at Fort Bragg are willing to give their lives for the flag. And if they make that ultimate sacrifice, that same flag accompanies them home on that final journey. They deserve a commander-in-chief who respects them and who honors their service. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is that commander-in-chief. You see, Donald Trump loves America. He literally embraces the flag. But extreme Democrats, they'll burn it in the streets and on college campuses. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they stand with those flag burners because they want to rule over you. But House Republicans, we stand with President Trump. We stand for America, and we stand up for the flag. Because House Republicans understand we don't rule over you. We work for you. In just the last 2 years, House Republicans have passed an historic border security bill that would lock down Biden's open border. We passed legislation to unleash energy production and lower cost. We passed legislation to remove woke indoctrination from our military. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights because we think parents ought to make decisions about how their children are educated. And we impeached Biden's failed border chief, Alejandro Mayorkas. But Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer killed those bills and blocked any progress for the American people. For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we need backup. To save America, we need to grow our majority. And we need President Donald Trump back in the White House. A Republican House is also essential to ensuring Donald Trump's success as our president. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what Nancy Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries, would do if he was Speaker of the House to undermine Donald Trump? If Democrats control the House, they'll block every tax cut, budget, border bill, and crime bill that he proposes. They'll hold sham investigations and hearings to bog down his agenda. They'll impeach him for doing his job. But we're not going to let that happen. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will preserve the historic Trump tax cuts and eliminate taxes on tips. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will fund the police. We will rebuild our military. We will stand up to communist China. And ladies and gentlemen, we will finish the wall. A House majority will make Donald Trump's second term even more successful than his first. So let me ask you, let me hear from you. Who can we count on? Who can we count on to return us to unprecedented American prosperity? Who can we count on to stand up to our enemies? Who can we count on for a secure border and safer neighborhoods? Absolutely right. We can count on President Donald Trump. So let's work together. Let's elect President Donald Trump. Let's grow our House Republican majority. Together we can make it happen. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American businesswoman Diane Hendricks.
Good evening. My name is Diane Hendricks. And I'm living proof that the American dream is possible with hard work and determination. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin. I was one of 9 girls, no boys. I dreamed of moving to the city and wearing a blue suit. But at the age of 17, I became pregnant. That was not part of my plan. But I truly believe that every life is a sacred gift from God. And I give thanks every day for my son. As a single mom, I worked 2 jobs to pay the bills. I found my passion in the field of real estate, which is still my passion. When I met my husband, Ken, he was a roofing contractor, and together we saw an opportunity and a need to develop a distribution chain. And we risked everything we had to start that company. Today, ABC Supply employs over 22,000 Americans. We are the largest roofing distributor in the country. But what's even more important is we are creating these jobs right here in the United States of America. I lost my husband 16 years ago. It was the toughest time in my life. Thank God I had our 7 children to be my support. But I had to decide whether to fight or fold. And I chose to fight. Since then, I've quadrupled the size of our companies, and to my surprise, I was recently just recognized as the most successful self-made woman in American history. So to all of you aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too. My success story as a teenage mom without a college degree was only possible because I was so blessed to be born in the United States of America. But today, the American dream is under threat. Since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took over the offices, prices have risen over 20%. Aspiring entrepreneurs can't afford to take out a loan at 7, 10, 15% interest. Regulations have surged, and the administration has proposed $7 trillion in tax increases. I know how hard it is to build a company from nothing. And we need a president who understands that too. We need a builder back in the White House. someone who will cut the job-killing regulations, lower taxes on working families, and give the power back to the American people. In life, it's easy to quit, and it's very hard to win. President Trump is not a quitter. He's a fighter, and I am confident that if we do all of our part, we can and we will win right here in Wisconsin. And he will win for America over the next 4 years. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Diane Evans, volunteer and Republican Executive Committee woman from Palm Beach, Florida.
Hello, Milwaukee. My name is Diane Evans. I'm a volunteer with more than 1,000 hours working for the Trump campaign since last year. If you told me I'd be here 5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited to re-elect Donald Trump as President of the United States this November. I've never spoken at a convention before. I've never used a teleprompter before. But I figure if Joe Biden can, I can manage all right. I'm pretty new to politics. I voted my whole life, but I've never got involved as a volunteer. I was busy raising my family, spending time with my husband, starting a small business, and walking the dog. Moms are busy people. When it came to politics, I always figured let everybody else take care of it. But then the 2020 election happened. After that, you better believe I got involved. I joined my local Republican Executive Committee. And when Trump headquarters asked for a volunteer to help with office staff, I started showing up whenever they needed me, or if they didn't need me, I showed up anyway. I showed up once a week and did little things like refilling coffee creamers, anything that they needed, even taking out the garbage. And now I'm helping to take out the garbage at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. As long as I can remember, these politicians have said what they think we want to hear, then they do just what the hell they want. And Joe Biden has been the worst offender for the last 50 years. President Trump is different. I knew he would get things done for the American people, and he did. He isn't part of the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp. The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to stop him. We can't rest for a minute. If you're not sure how to get involved, reach out to your local Republican Party. And most important, get out and vote Republican on November 5th. Tell 20 people to tell 20 people to vote. That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or rig their way out of a landslide. I know that together we can win. We can all take out the garbage in Washington, D.C. And we can make America great again. God bless President Trump, and God bless Team Trump, and thank you so much. I'll see you all out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 25th Administrator of the United States Small Business Administration, Linda McMahon.
Thank you. Well, hello, Milwaukee, and good evening, America. Let me take 1 second to say hello to my fellow delegates from Connecticut. My name is Linda McMahon, and I am the chair of the America First Policy Institute. I'm perhaps one of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago, and as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most in the world?" And she said, "You, Grandpa." And he kissed her on both cheeks. Then she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given. I first met Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment. For fun, he became part of some of the most compelling and highest-rated storylines in the company's history. And when he became president, I was honored to serve in his cabinet, running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country, talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought for them. He knew that small businesses are the engine of the American economy, and the Trump tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them. Almost every business owner I spoke with was using their tax savings to grow their businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing. But at no moment during my time in the government was more poignant for me than one that happened in 2018. I traveled with the president to view the destruction which Hurricane Florence had levied on my hometown of New Bern, North Carolina. I stepped off of Air Force One and walked side by side with the President of the United States through the hangar where my father had been a shop foreman and my mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods of my childhood, comforting those who had suffered such great damages. Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild, what kind of materials they should use. And he didn't just show a personal interest, he was one of them. But now Joe Biden and the Democrats want to penalize small businesses again by hiking their taxes. But when he's reelected, Donald Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also offer new tax cuts like no taxes on tips. Instead of taxing American companies, Donald Trump put tariffs on China that raised billions of dollars and protected American industries. And if reelected, he'll do it again. President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House. He is a champion of the forgotten men and women, as I have experienced firsthand. But the media doesn't like to acknowledge that very often. Donald Trump is not only a fighter, ladies and gentlemen, he is a good man. He has the heart of a lion and the soul of a warrior. And I believe that if necessary, he would stand at the gates of hell to defend our country. He loves this country, and he would do anything to defend it and to protect us from all harm. I am confident that he will make America great again. And why? Because he did it before. So I ask all of you here tonight, and those of you who are watching from home, to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you, and good night.
Everywhere you look, the Trump economy crushes the Biden economy. Gas prices, they were low under President Trump, then skyrocketed under Biden. And credit card fees have increased 50% under Biden. Grocery store prices, everything from meats and vegetables to apples, now astronomical under Biden. Take-home pay, up $6,000 under President Trump. Under Biden, Americans' income has gone down 3 straight years. Mortgage rates, they were low under President Trump. Now they're punishing under Biden. And personal and retirement investments, up 40% under Trump. Under Biden, your investments fell, along with other things. President Trump, he'll make America's economy strong again.
That you think is gonna last. Well, you wouldn't even do a diamond if you held it in your hand. The things you think are precious, I can't understand. Are you reeling in the years? Storing away the time? Are you gathering up the tears? Have you had enough of mine? Are you reeling in the years? Storing away the time? Since you were 17. All the time I've known you, I still don't know what you mean. The weekend at the college didn't turn out like you planned. The things that pass for knowledge I can't understand. Are you reeling in the years? Storing away the time? Are you gathering up the tears? Have you had enough of mine? Are you reeling in the years? Just upon my mind. After all the things we've done and seen, you found
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 70th United States Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo.
Good evening. Good evening, my fellow Americans. It's great to be with you. A special shout out to Kansas over there, my good friends from Kansas. You know, I had the incredible privilege to serve as President Trump's CIA director and Secretary of State. It was my greatest honor to work with him every single day to serve you, the American people. Now you all are paying attention, so you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments. Let's start with this. There were no new American wars. Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And you know, here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated them like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan, and not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. You know, under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we put America first every single day. "42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handlers, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity? Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan. As an Army veteran, I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country. To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers and sisters. It was indecent. And of course, it was that very weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine. Last week, we saw what it meant. A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime. Contrast that with what we did when Americans were wrongfully held. President Trump sent me to North Korea to bring home 3 American pastors. We brought them home. Along with dozens of other hostages, and we did so without paying 1 single penny to the terrorists. And what about Iran today? When Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, we gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs who conducted barbaric attacks in Israel. And now, of course, closer to home, a massive national security challenge. Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islamist terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden sold out our citizens and our security and our sovereignty, and we need to get it back, and I am confident that we will get it back. I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat. I saw how the world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like. But unfortunately, President Biden struts the global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage. He talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world? What have he and his leftist base actually shown other nations? He's censored free speech here at home. He's put woke into the military that I and you so desperately love. We must reclaim it. He put it in our schools as well. He's weaponized the justice system against our political opponents. And even to this day, as we sit here today, he and Vice President Harris are providing appeasement to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States. And even worse, today this administration treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration has failed to tell us the truth that we all know and is so dangerous to our nation. The truth that Joe Biden can't handle that 3 a.m. phone call. Indeed, he won't take a phone call after about 4 p.m. My call to you tonight is really straightforward. It's really simple. We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do to uphold American values. It is up to those of us in the room tonight and those of you watching tonight. Donald Trump will every day, I saw it firsthand, he will put America first. So let's do what's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize for our country. And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll re-elect Donald J. Trump, and we will make America special, exceptional, and of course, great again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Lorenzo Sewell from Michigan.
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor at 180 Church. And we were blessed last month to have President Donald Trump come to Detroit, Michigan. Let's go! Can you imagine it? Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me, a pastor who was born and raised on the east side of Detroit, I was mentored by murderers. I was a student of the street. But I had a radical experience with Jesus Christ that changed my life forever. Come on, if you believe that Jesus still changed lives, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory. President Trump came to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came to a church to listen to average, everyday Americans like you and like me. He came to a church not to speak to us, but to listen to us. He came into a church, and a lot of people, they were upset. A lot of people, they would ask me questions. Why would you allow Donald Trump to come into your church? How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says, he who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone? President Donald Trump, he came during his birthday weekend. Let me ask you a question. Grand old party, what would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for your birthday? Would you come to Detroit? Would you come into the hood? He came to the hood because he cares about average, everyday Americans. Grand old party, I need to ask you a question. What would you ask for your birthday? If you could go to Mar-a-Lago or if you could go to New York, what would you ask for your birthday? He asked for prayer. I believe that prayer is preventative and prayer is proactive. I believe that praying in the name of Jesus changes everything. And when we prayed for President Trump, only God knew that 30 days later, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. Only God knew that if we prayed for him during his birthday, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. If President Trump had moved 1 millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Monday to talk to us about how America was going to be made wealthy again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Tuesday to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Wednesday to tell us how he was going to make America strong again. And if President Trump would have moved just a millimeter, we would not be hearing tonight how he was going to make America great again. Before I take my seat, I just got to talk to you about something called providence and something called sovereignty. God's sovereignty is his ability to be able to do what he wants when he wants because he's God. And God's providence, it's when he does what he wants, when he wants for all of you. Did you know that President Trump was shot on 6/11? And do you know that Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 11 says, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power? So all my Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts. He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president of the United States in America, and he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that? To all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question. You can't deny the power of God on this man's life. You can't deny that God protected him. You cannot deny that it was a millimeter miracle that was able to save this man's life. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time as this? Could it be? Could it be that when we prayed for him when he came to the round table in Detroit, that Jesus asked and he received, that we sought him and then he found protection? Could it be that the King of glory, the Lord God strong and mighty, the God who is mighty in battle, protected Donald Trump because he wants to use him for such a time as this? If you believe that, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Neaporti from Florida.
It's an honor to be here this evening. I'm the PGA head golf professional at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida. We all know that President Trump loves his family because we see that. And we all know that President Trump is willing to die for our country because we just witnessed that. But what I'm here to tell you tonight is that Donald Trump is a great boss and one hell of a golfer. At our club championship in March, I watched President Trump hit a perfect 210-yard 4-iron to within 10 feet of the hole. Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe you sunk that putt. Donald Trump, 21 club championships. Joe Biden, 0. For non-golfers out there, that's a pretty good record. That's real good. That's not good, that's great. 25 years ago, I was working multiple jobs, and one of those jobs was caddying at Trump International, and that's where I met Mr. Trump. My caddy job eventually would turn into a full-time job. One day, I was out caddying for Mr. Trump when he mentioned to me that he needed to find a teaching pro. He knew I could play, so he said, tomorrow, dress like a golf pro and come out and play golf with me. So in true Mr. Trump fashion, on the first tee the next day, he tees up his ball, whacks it right down the middle of the fairway. And I turned to him and I said, hey, I'm pretty nervous. And he said, John, you just relax and play your game. And it was great advice, because after 9 holes, he turned to me and he said, I've seen enough. You've got the job. Thank you. Later, I went on to become the head golf professional, and I'll never forget that moment with Mr. Trump. He truly changed my life. That's who Donald Trump is. For 25 years, I've seen his generosity and his remarkable character firsthand. His entire family reflects these values as well. With all the hate the president gets, I think to myself, how can someone go through all this? He could have chosen a quiet life. He could have played more golf. But he cares so deeply about America and our people. He just keeps working, and he does it for us. Now it's our turn to support him. So let's help him, let's hear it, make America great again. That's it. Thank you, President Trump, for believing in me and in our country. As much as I'll miss him in the White House, or in the clubhouse, we need to vote him back in the White House. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Zach Witkoff from New York.
Good evening, Milwaukee. I'm Zach Witkoff. I am deeply honored to stand before you tonight and introduce my father. This moment holds special significance as I'm about to become a father myself. Thank you. The nation my son is born into in December will be shaped by the choice we make this November. I saw my father's remarkable journey from relying on a small loan to becoming one of the country's most successful developers. He showed me that success comes from hard work, not handouts. When I joined his business, I started at the bottom, literally, handling plumbing jobs and repairing sewage lines late at night in New York City. That's how he started too. I vividly recall him spending New Year's Eve fixing a broken sewage tank with a bear of a man named Shecky. You see, they couldn't afford to call in a crew. They were the crew. Years later, Shecky was still by my dad's side, and he became my first boss. He once told me he would run through a wall for my dad because my dad never asked him to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. And that's exactly how my family feels about our dear friend, President Donald J. Trump. We have seen him stand shoulder to shoulder with the American people, time and again, even when it wasn't easy, even when he could be doing something else. Even after getting hit by live sniper fire, he stood with us, my fellow Americans, and that is why we stand with him. And you know what? He makes it fun, too. President Trump and the First Lady were the guests of honor at my wedding at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago Club. The president tore up the dance floor until 3 in the morning with his signature moves. You guys know those moves. The essence of what my dad taught me, hard work, unwavering loyalty, and perseverance, that is the essence of Donald Trump. As long as we stand united with President Trump, it will remain the essence of the nation that my son and all of our children grow up in. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump, and God bless the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present my father, Stephen Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. That song that you just heard was American Trilogy by Elvis. It was playing for a reason. A lot of people don't know this about my dear friend, President Trump, but he's a big music guy. And he's got a playlist, and he's the DJ wherever he goes. See, I stand before you tonight not just as a speaker, not just as someone who came up as a builder with the president in the world of real estate, but as someone who has had the profound privilege of calling President Donald J. Trump a true and dear friend for many, many years in good times and bad times. And of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him, especially those words, "His truth is marching on." I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?" It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime. I've seen the truth of President Trump, and it marches on with me tonight. I know that many here and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president. It's real. I have never seen him refuse a question from somebody, decline a photo, or ignore someone's story or concerns. Everyone he meets gets a family member's embrace from him. I have felt that warmth so many times over the years. Just last week, I told the president about a moment I had with his 3 sons and how impressed I was with them. He looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers. When my dad fell gravely ill, President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect. Including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president. Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour for my family and many other families. That's who he is. When times are really tough, when he's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, Donald Trump shows up and he's there for you. Thank you. When I lost my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose, the pain was unbearable. But as usual, Donald Trump showed up. After he became the President Trump, even amid all the responsibilities of his office, he reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory. And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Steve," as he led me up to the lectern, "tell the world about your boy." My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from, exactly as the president does for everybody. Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died. And I came today with his watch on. I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend, Andrew's friend, and fellow music lover, Donald Trump. I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son. President Trump didn't say something nice to me and put it in a closet somewhere. He put it right out front at his Trump International West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well as an acknowledgement to my boy, a sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains opioid abuse. Thank you. Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage. But this is the truth about President Trump, the man I have come to know and admire and love, a man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man. A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens, cares, and always acts. The kind of man we need now to be the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. May God bless you all. May God bless President Trump and his extraordinary wife and his wonderful family. And may God bless America. Thank you so much.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will, once and for all, secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat, and frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome attorney and senior advisor for President Donald J. Trump, Alina Habba.
Good evening, America. My name is Alina Haba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump. Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse, but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country. As a devout Catholic, a proud first-generation Arab-American woman, and a feisty Jersey girl who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker, he's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend. Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics, President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first And as the 47th president, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people. As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right. Every attack on President Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us. Because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning. Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming." America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up. So if you're ready to end the Democrat destruction, and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump. So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us. God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome President Ronald Reagan, who has a few questions for you.
All of you will go to the polls, will stand there in the polling place and make a decision. I think when you make that decision, it might be well if you would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment in the country than there was 4 years ago? Is America as respected throughout the world as it was? Do you feel that our security is as safe, that we're as strong as we were 4 years ago? If you don't think that this course that we've been on for the last 4 years is what you would like to see us follow for the next 4, then I could suggest another choice that you have.
President Trump. He'll make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome journalist, author, and American citizen, Tucker Carlson.
So fun! Thank you! Oh, this is wild. Thank you! I've been... Good to see you. Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So, I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. It's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, it is a fact, that you could take, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, you know, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years, really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure, this is the irresponsible person. No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah. Our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No. That's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective. Or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares. Because he's interested in the people who live here, because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up, hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through, I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed, whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm gonna stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say, I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral, Carrie Tomasco Ruiz.
I'm not sure how I follow Tucker, but I'm going to give it a go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie Ruiz, and like some people on this stage this evening, I am not a politician. I am not a public figure. I'm a mom of 3 and a woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his amazing family. "12 years ago, the Trump Organization purchased the iconic Doral Golf Resort after so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and uncanny ability to make things better, Donald Trump got to work. He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his own sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small. He didn't just change the carpet or apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way. He did the hardest things to make it great again. He also built up the resort's people. Thank you, boss. He empowered us. He listened to us, all of us, and he still does. No matter your role, he asks questions. He wants different opinions. He never demands more of us than he is willing to give. He is as generous as he is brave. And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering support. When he promoted me to the resort's golf general manager position, it was an out-of-the-box choice in a historically male-dominated industry. I am not a golf professional. I cannot break 90 yet. But none of that mattered to President Trump. He looks at things differently. He welcomes the unconventional. And I am proud to be among the countless women he's promoted to leadership positions. I might add, he did it all while no one was looking. The simple truth is, no one can match President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things better. He did it at Doral. He did it as president. He will do it again. May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
You know what I'm talking about? Just let me know if you want to go to that hole out in the Grange. They got a lot of nice girls out there. Yourself in. Well, I hear it's fine. You got the
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Advocate for Safe Schools, Annette Albright from North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Annette Albright. I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. North Carolina! Like my parents and my grandparents, I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party. Don't worry, the story gets better from here. After completing a degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system. It didn't take long for me to realize that public schools are a part of the problem. Sadly, too many of our schools are more like prisons than places of learning. That must change. In one public high school, I witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff. During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school. The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom. President Trump reversed the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first. Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue. Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers' union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids. They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong. Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice. While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students, Republicans know that they protect our kids. While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe. That's why this year, for the first time in my life, I am registered as a Republican. Thank you. Thank you. And in November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump. Only together we can make America's schools great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next President of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next President of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. I just had a flashback, man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and President of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Good evening. I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan. But I stand here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday, In Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience, no question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his Son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty, and guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as the 45th President of the United States. And I know that as the 47th President, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He had decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you, guys. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many of whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next First Lady of the United States, Mrs. Melania Trump.
This is a story as uniquely American as the ideals and freedoms we all cherish. A story of a life dedicated to dreaming big. A story about giving back to the people in his beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story best told in pictures. Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger. And he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen with him. Politicians sought his approval. And New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back. And he gave back. Just one example, saving the Woolman skating rink.
The Woolman skating rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town. But he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined, I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries. Just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East. There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, body scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof with the gift to gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not stutter when I said that. I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. Oh, they call me cowboy. I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say Trump, Trump. Skinner, Seeger, Lipcorn, the Stones, David Allen and the No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pay, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, 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 Flash. Oh, they call me Cowboy. I'm a singer in black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say Trump, Trump. Me kid, you can roll and rock, or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll, never rock this place. All super fly, living double wide. Psychom fly, the big dog can ride. Bill Shack to share, bringing flash to flare. Got the long hair, swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sit and hit a rebel yell. I won't live to tell, so if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona? Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me Cowboy, I'm a singer in black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You say Trump, Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, Trump. I put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, Trump. Kid Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think, I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life, he has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, "Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives." And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear, but this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. Yeah. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston and New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. 2 other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. 2 great people. I also spoke to all 3 families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and 2 precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it, but we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up, he sent me a check right here, I just got it, $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other 2, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35,000, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that, because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. the next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion
I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion, and we built, most of the wall is already built, and we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60% and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics, I guess. I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it, and we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many, hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough, rough, rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn, Nungary, a wonderful woman. A precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. Tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq. Something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me, why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. but we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. He said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, We will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
stanza, nulla di
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
And now, to deliver this evening's benediction, please welcome Dr. Mario Dickens from Milwaukee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank God for being here and granting me this opportunity to address the Republican National Convention 2024. I'm staying on script, but I got to say one thing. Just 4 hours ago, my granddaughter was born. Ayana Leah Dickens. Yes, my granddaughter is here. I just wanted to welcome her into the world on this stage. One nation under God. Reflecting on the significance of this phrase is crucial in the days to come. The path we have traveled has not been easy, but it must be navigated with dignity and perseverance. The Holy Scriptures state that the peace of God surpasses all understanding. I pray for peace in this nation, peace on the campaign trail, peace on our streets, and peace in our homes. We extend prayers for Corey Comprator, who tragically lost his life in Saturday's assassination attempt, for the innocent bystanders injured, and for their grieving families. May the presence of God be with them. It is God who established governments, as explained in Romans 13, verse 1. And for that, we are grateful. My wife, Cherie, I love you. My parents and my children know that God is the ultimate answer. As you leave this Republican National Convention, do so with the confidence that He will guide your path and keep you in His grace. My hope is that we all find joy in the days to come and embrace leadership in the up-and-coming elections that will guide the next 4 years with wisdom and peace. So please stand with me as I end this prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In Jesus' name we pray. God, we give you the honor, the praise, and the glory. Hallelujah. President Trump, Senator Vance, may God lead you and guide you. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. Great job. Thank you. The chair now recognizes the delegate from the state of Wisconsin for the purpose of making a motion.
Chairman Mike Whatley, thank you so much for bringing this convention to the greatest state in America, Wisconsin, a great city of Milwaukee. It's been a great convention. I, Tommy Thompson, former governor of Wisconsin, along with my good friend, Governor Scott Walker, and our chairman, Chairman Brian Shimmy, the whole Republican delegation at this particular time wants to adjourn, sign a die, the 2024 convention. Thank you, all of you, for coming. Drive safely home.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn the greatest Republican convention in history. Sine die. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the 2024 Republican National Convention stands adjourned. Sine die.
What an awesome night in Milwaukee. Matthew Alvarez alongside Vanessa Broussard. There's tough, then there's Trump tough. I mean, obviously a great speech there by President Trump. Amazing moments there, Vanessa.
Absolutely. We saw a softer side of President Trump. And since Saturday, we have seen so many pictures circulating the internet and also on the news. We've seen videos on the internet and on the news. You've heard our personal stories, eyewitness accounts, and it was really heartwarming and chilling to hear President Trump's account with his words for the very first time. Tear-jerking, absolutely tear-jerking to hear what he went through in his own words, and saying that you couldn't see me, I could see you, and I knew you weren't leaving me. And so as the bullets were flying over my head, I had to put up my fist and do a fist bump and let you know that we were okay.
And so obviously the speech tonight was very powerful. He was poised, calm, cool, collected, but strong as well. So this is the recap a little bit right here. We're going to play a couple clips of the speech tonight. Thank you for sticking with us. I know it's been a long day, but you know what? It's been well worth it, of course. As we saw President Trump officially accept the nomination for this year for the 2024 candidacy as we move forward. But here's a moment that was really powerful as well early on in his speech. Take a listen.
Supposed to be here. No? Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
By the grace of God, President Trump was able to be here tonight at the RNC in Milwaukee. They tried to jail him. They tried to kill him. But by the grace of God, he has put his hands over President Trump and led him to Milwaukee tonight. And when he said, I wasn't supposed to be here, you heard the crowd chant, yes, you are.
Awesome moments there throughout this speech, including towards the end. So let's listen to President Trump towards the end of the speech.
Future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Always wonderful to hear President Trump say, making America great again. So a lot of highlights tonight from First Lady Melania Trump out there, and a number of other great speeches from Eric Trump to Dana White and others. So obviously a great night, and I guess we could rewatch these if we want to.
Yes, absolutely. You can go to our Rumble channel. If you have not downloaded the Rumble app, please do so. You can watch that on Rumble. You can also visit our website and also YouTube as well. So there are different places where you can watch this coverage and President Trump's speech in his entirety. So if you're not following us on those platforms, please do so to go back and watch President Trump's wonderful, beautiful, patriotic speech tonight.
For those of you that have stayed with us since Monday, then of course day 2, 3, and then tonight, thank you so much for sticking with Right Side Broadcasting Network. A programming note, of course, Grand Rapids, Michigan, this Saturday, 5 o'clock, President Trump and J.D. Vance will be there for a mission. Of course, Broadcasting will be starting around 10 a.m. Eastern this Saturday, so just a day after tomorrow for that great rally there.
Yes, he's not stopping, and no assassin can stop President Trump, and he is on the move. So make sure, again, that you join Right Side on Saturday, as we will be there and watching President Trump and J.D. Vance. It's going to be other rallies.
Right when you thought you can get rid of us, we're back right here.
We're not going anywhere. We're like President Trump. We're staying in the game here.
And it's 12:41. It is already Friday for those of you guys watching on the East Coast. Obviously,
TGIF.
Exactly. All of the coverage we've had since Monday, everything's been going smoothly. Obviously, a little technical difficulty there, but that's all right. We do have to let you know about our sponsors as well. So as I was about to say, I'm not sure if you heard this part, but the Birch Gold Group, all you're going to do is text Trump to 989898 and get a lot of information and info kit on gold, silver, and precious metals. You see that number right there on your screen.
Yes, build a wall around your IRA or 401k. Also, be prepared for the next crisis or just the next sickness that affects you or your family. make sure you visit the wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Dr. Peter McCullough and his staff, they've done a wonderful job. They have been warning you to take care of your health for years now, and now they're going to ship a care package to you to make sure you have all of the life-saving medicines that you need at your disposal. Make sure you go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com, type in the code RSBN for a big discount.
Tax Network USA, if you have any issues with filing taxes or anything with back taxes, all you got to do is go to the information you're about to see right there on your screen. Tax Network USA, a great company right here in the States.
Yes. Also, don't forget about American Finance. If you are struggling with wanting to purchase a home, refinance a home, or just the loan that you have on your home, they can save you over $800 a month on average. Who can use that? We all can. So make sure you give them a call. That number's on your screen. Do it as soon as you can because they are standing by and would love to help you. 1-800, or that's 188, I should say, 1-888-402-0299. One more time, 1-888-402-0299. That's American Financing.
And to BelleWood Designs, BelleWoodDesigns.com is the place to go for the next product you're about to see on your screen, where there's an insignia that says "We the People." Right there is a safe box, right? But it's for your firearm. You can get more information about BelleWoodDesigns.com. Use that promo code RNC for 10% off.
And to look better, a miracle cream that everyone needs. This is Angel Paste. Angel Paste is based out of Spring, Texas, and they are America First. They are known for hiring veterans, and so we really want to support them. They can help you with clearing wrinkles, sunspots, bruises, you name it, scars. AngelPaste.com. Again, on this website, also on AngelPaste.com, when you go to checkout, type in RSBN for a discount there as well.
And Unified TV, a very interesting new streaming platform that's anti-woke, and it's all good because anything that's anti-woke is most likely going to be very good. So Unified TV, you can see that you get 47% off an annual subscription. So go to that website right there, unified with FYD.TV/RSBN for more information.
Love it. Making TV great again is what they say. And also, last but certainly not least, we love it, and you can bet that your kids will love it as well. The Kids Guide to President Trump. Learn about his accomplishments in the White House, just what a wonderful president he was and that he will be come January of next year. Teach them at home all about President Trump and his accomplishments in the White House. FreeTrumpBook.com. All you have to do is pay a small shipping and handling fee, but the book itself is free.
All right, there's tough, but then there's Trump tough. So that is the theme, of course, with Don Jr. coining that yesterday. You saw President Trump tonight, a very powerful speech, a great job like usual. And guess what? There's actually a rally tomorrow on the East Coast.
Yes.
It's 12:45 a.m. So on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a rally with President Trump and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. Of course, Right Side Broadcasting will be there live, and Bobby McNeely will be here in the studio. I'll be out there in Grand Rapids with Nikki Stanzione. So Vanessa, I know it's been a really tough week, but you know what? It looks like we're moving forward.
We are moving forward. We knew Saturday that we weren't going to stop, and this is proof tonight. The grand finale at the RNC, President Donald J. Trump, he smiled throughout the last 4 days. The glee was in his eye as he heard these wonderful words about him from the people who know him best. And so if he's pushing forward, we're pushing forward with him, and we can't wait to get back on the campaign trail with him on Saturday.
For Vanessa Broussard, I'm Matthew Alvarez, and for all of us at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we love you guys. We will see you Saturday.
Have a good night.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.